Hello, my dear sleepy listener. Welcome to Sleepy Crown, where history's quiet tales gently carry you into dreamland. Tonight, we embark on a peaceful journey through one of medieval England's most remarkable stories, the tale of Empress Matilda, the woman who was nearly England's first ruling queen. We'll softly explore her extraordinary life, from her childhood marriage to the Holy Roman Emperor, through the brutal civil war known as the Anarchy, to her legendary escape through snow and her ultimate triumph through her son. This is a story of strength and sacrifice, of a crown denied but ultimately passed through blood. Before you drift away into peaceful slumber, I'd love if you could take a moment to like this video. It really helps more people discover these gentle historical tales. And if you're feeling comfortable, please leave a comment sharing what draws you to medieval history, or perhaps a queen or historical figure you'd love to hear about. Don't worry if you're usually shy about commenting. Our Sleepy Crown community is wonderfully kind and welcoming to everyone. Your thoughts and suggestions truly mean the world to me, and they help shape future episodes. And of course, subscribing keeps these soothing stories coming your way. So settle in under your softest blankets, close your eyes, and let the gentle whispers of 12th century England carry you toward restful sleep. If you're new here, welcome to the Sleepy Crown family, where every night brings a new journey through time's most fascinating tales. Matilda, later known as Empress Matilda, entered the world on a cold February morning in 1102, probably at the royal manor of Sutton Courtenay near the Thames. The infant's first cries echoed through chambers where her father, King Henry I of England, waited anxiously for news of his child's arrival. This was no ordinary birth, for this baby girl would grow to challenge the very foundations of medieval kingship and nearly become England's first ruling queen. The child born that winter morning carried in her veins two of Europe's most powerful bloodlines. Through her father, she descended from the Norman conquerors who had reshaped England just 36 years before her birth. Through her mother, Queen Matilda of Scotland, she inherited the ancient blood of Anglo-Saxon kings who had ruled England for centuries before the Norman conquest. This unique heritage would prove both her greatest strength and her most complex burden in the turbulent years ahead. Henry I gazed upon his daughter with eyes that saw far more than a newborn child. He saw the future of his dynasty, the continuation of Norman rule in England, and perhaps most importantly, he saw a mind that would prove as sharp as any sword in his arsenal. Even in those earliest days, there were whispers among the court that this princess possessed an unusual intelligence, a penetrating gaze that seemed to take in everything around her with remarkable awareness. The royal household of Henry's court provided young Matilda with an education befitting her station. She learned to read and write in both Latin and the vernacular tongues, studied the arts of music and poetry, and most crucially, absorbed the complex lessons of statecraft and governance simply by observing the daily workings of her father's kingdom. The court was her classroom, and every conversation about taxation, justice, and diplomacy became part of her informal but thorough political education. From her earliest years, Matilda displayed a personality that would define her entire life. Intelligent, determined, and possessed of an almost imperial dignity that impressed even hardened courtiers. She carried herself with a natural authority that seemed remarkable in one so young, and her questions about governance and law often surprised the learned men who served her father. It was as if she understood, even as a child, that great responsibility awaited her. The royal court, where Matilda spent her early childhood, was a place of constant movement and ceremony. Nobles from across England and Normandy came to pay homage to her father, bringing with them news from distant lands, requests for justice, and the endless business of medieval kingship. Through it all, young Matilda watched and learned, absorbing lessons about power, loyalty, and the delicate art of ruling diverse and often fractious subjects. Her relationship with her father was particularly close, perhaps because Henry recognized in his daughter many of his own qualities: the sharp intellect, the political instincts, and the iron will that had enabled him to seize and hold the English throne against all rivals. He would spend long hours with her, explaining the complexities of governance, the importance of justice, and the heavy burden that came with royal authority. But it was not just political lessons that shaped young Matilda's character. The court was also a place of deep religious devotion, where the rhythms of Christian worship structured daily life and where concepts of duty, honor, and divine providence were woven into every aspect of royal existence. Matilda absorbed these spiritual influences as thoroughly as she did the political ones, developing a faith that would sustain her through the darkest moments of her later struggles. As she grew from infant to child, those around her began to notice something remarkable about Princess Matilda. She possessed not just intelligence, but wisdom beyond her years. When disputes arose in court, she would listen carefully to all sides before forming her own opinions. When faced with choices, she considered not just immediate consequences, but long-term implications. It was as if she had been born understanding that every decision a ruler makes ripples outward through time, affecting countless lives. The young princess also showed an early aptitude for languages and diplomacy. She could speak with visitors from different regions in their own tongues, and her natural charm helped smooth over the countless small tensions that arose in any royal court. These skills would prove invaluable in the years to come, as she navigated the complex web of European politics and built the alliances that would sustain her claim to the throne. Life in the royal household continued its measured pace through Matilda's early years, but everything changed on a November night in 1120 that would alter the course of English history forever. The events of that tragic evening would transform Matilda from a cherished princess into the most important person in the kingdom, bearing the weight of dynastic succession on shoulders that had barely reached their 18th year. The story begins with celebration and triumph. King Henry had just concluded a highly successful military campaign in Normandy, defeating his enemies and securing his continental possessions with characteristic skill and determination. The court was in high spirits as preparations began for the return journey to England. It was a time of joy and anticipation, with nobles and courtiers looking forward to sharing news of their victories with friends and family across the Channel. Among those preparing to make the crossing was Prince William Adelin, Matilda's beloved younger brother, and the undisputed heir to both the English throne and the Duchy of Normandy. At 17, William had already shown himself to be everything a medieval prince should be: brave in battle, skilled in the arts of war, popular with the nobles, and possessed of the easy charm that made him beloved by all who knew him. He was, in every way, the perfect heir to continue the Norman dynasty. The young prince had been offered passage aboard the royal vessel that would carry his father safely home, but William chose instead to travel on a magnificent new ship called the White Ship. This vessel represented the very pinnacle of medieval naval technology, built for speed and luxury, with accommodations fit for the highest nobility. The captain, Thomas Fitzstephen, came from a family with an impeccable maritime reputation. His father had commanded the very ship that brought William the Conqueror to English shores in 1066. As the White Ship prepared to depart, it carried aboard it the flower of Norman nobility. Alongside Prince William were many of the kingdom's most promising young nobles, the sons and daughters of the greatest families in England and Normandy. These were the men and women who would have shaped the next generation of leadership, who would have served as councillors, generals, and administrators in William's future reign. The ship was, in many ways, carrying the future of the Anglo-Norman world. The tragedy that followed was born from celebration itself. As the White Ship waited to depart, barrels of wine were brought aboard to mark the successful conclusion of the Norman campaign. Soon, both passengers and crew were deep in their cups, their judgment clouded by alcohol and their reflexes slowed by drink. What should have been a routine crossing became a recipe for disaster as the ship prepared to navigate the treacherous waters of the English Channel in darkness. Thomas Fitzstephen, despite his own consumption of wine, assured Prince William that the White Ship's superior speed would allow them to overtake the king's vessel, even with their late departure. The young nobles aboard were delighted by this prospect, eager to surprise Henry with their early arrival in England. As the ship cast off from the Norman coast, laughter and singing could be heard drifting across the water, the sounds of young people confident in their bright futures. But the Channel had no patience for human folly or royal blood. In the darkness, with wine-clouded vision guiding them, the White Ship struck a partially submerged rock known as the Quillebeuf. The impact tore a massive hole in the hull, and the supposedly unsinkable vessel began taking on water with terrifying speed. The sounds of celebration quickly turned to screams of terror as the gravity of the situation became clear. In those desperate moments, Prince William showed the nobility of character that had made him so beloved. Though he was safely placed in the ship's only small boat, he heard the cries of his half-sister, Countess Marie, who remained trapped on the rapidly sinking vessel. Without hesitation, the prince ordered the boat to return, determined to rescue his sister rather than save himself. This act of heroism sealed his fate, for as they attempted to pluck survivors from the water, too many desperate souls clung to their small craft, causing it too to capsize. The cold November waters of the English Channel claimed them all. Prince William, the heir to the throne, drowned alongside nearly 300 of the kingdom's brightest young nobles. Only one man survived to tell the tale, a butcher from Rouen, who clung to debris through the long night and lived to carry news of the disaster back to shore. His survival ensured that the story of the White Ship would be told, but it could not restore the lives lost or repair the catastrophic damage done to the kingdom's future. When news of the tragedy reached King Henry, it struck him with a grief so profound that chroniclers would later write that he was never seen to smile again. The king, who had proved himself master of battlefield and council chamber, was powerless before the simple reality of personal loss. His beloved son, the heir in whom all his hopes were invested, was gone forever, taking with him the clear line of succession that had promised stability for the realm. For Matilda, the news transformed her world in an instant. No longer was she simply a cherished daughter who might make an advantageous marriage to cement foreign alliances. Suddenly, she had become the sole legitimate heir to one of Europe's most powerful kingdoms. The weight of dynastic expectation, the burden of continuing the Norman line, and the responsibility for the realm's future all came to rest upon her shoulders. The White Ship disaster created a succession crisis that would plague England for decades to come. Never before had a woman been expected to rule England in her own right, and the very idea challenged fundamental assumptions about gender, power, and divine order that structured medieval society. Yet Henry had no choice but to look to his daughter as his successor, for the alternative was civil war and the possible end of his dynasty. As the reality of her new position settled upon her, Matilda must have felt the enormous pressure of being the kingdom's only hope for dynastic continuity. Every decision she made, every alliance she forged, every enemy she faced would be measured against this ultimate responsibility, ensuring that the Norman line would continue to rule England and Normandy for generations to come. In the aftermath of the White Ship tragedy, as King Henry contemplated the unprecedented challenge of securing his daughter's succession, an opportunity arose that would shape Matilda's character and prepare her for the trials ahead. From across Europe came envoys bearing a proposal that would elevate the English princess to the very pinnacle of medieval society. Marriage to Henry V, Holy Roman Emperor, the most powerful ruler in the Christian world. The Holy Roman Empire represented something far grander than even England and Normandy combined, stretching from the North Sea to the Mediterranean, encompassing much of modern Germany, Austria, and northern Italy. It was an empire that claimed direct descent from Charlemagne, and through him, from the ancient Roman emperors themselves. To be empress of such a realm was to hold a position of dignity and authority that surpassed even that of kings. For King Henry, the imperial proposal offered multiple advantages beyond its obvious prestige. An alliance with the Holy Roman Empire would provide powerful support for his daughter's unprecedented claim to the English throne, while also securing England's position in the complex web of European politics. Moreover, the marriage would give Matilda invaluable experience in governance and statecraft, preparing her for the day when she would need to rule in her own right. The decision was made when Matilda had barely reached her 6th birthday. In 1108, formal negotiations began for her betrothal to the emperor, and by the following year, the arrangements were complete. The young princess would travel to Germany to begin her preparation for imperial marriage, leaving behind everything she had ever known to enter a world entirely different from the Norman court, where she had spent her earliest years. The journey to Germany must have been both thrilling and terrifying for the young princess, accompanied by a magnificent retinue befitting her royal status. Matilda travelled across the Channel and through the kingdoms of France, witnessing landscapes and customs far different from anything she had known in England. Each mile took her further from the familiar world of her childhood and closer to responsibilities that would have challenged rulers twice her age. The German court that welcomed the 8-year-old English princess was a place of splendour and complexity that dwarfed even her father's impressive household. Here, nobles from across the empire gathered to pay homage to their emperor, bringing with them the diverse traditions and languages of dozens of different peoples. For a child accustomed to the relatively uniform culture of Norman England, this diversity must have been both overwhelming and fascinating. From the moment of her arrival, Matilda began an intensive education designed to prepare her for her future role as empress. She learned to speak German fluently, mastered the intricate protocols of the imperial ceremony, and studied the complex laws and customs that governed the empire's diverse populations. This was education of a far more sophisticated kind than anything available in England, for the Holy Roman Empire prided itself on being the heir to Roman legal tradition and Byzantine ceremonial splendor. Perhaps most importantly, Matilda learned to navigate the treacherous world of imperial politics. The Holy Roman Empire was not a unified kingdom like England, but rather a complex confederation of duchies, kingdoms, and free cities, each jealous of their rights and privileges. The emperor's authority depended not on absolute power, but on his ability to balance competing interests and maintain the loyalty of powerful nobles who controlled their own armies and territories. Under the careful guidance of her German tutors, Matilda developed skills in diplomacy and statecraft that would prove invaluable throughout her life. She learned to listen carefully before speaking, to consider multiple perspectives before making decisions, and to understand the long-term consequences of every political choice. These lessons, taught in the sophisticated schools of the imperial court, gave her a political education superior to that received by most male rulers of her era. The young princess also received thorough training in the ceremonial aspects of imperial rule. The Holy Roman Empire placed enormous emphasis on ritual and symbolism, viewing elaborate ceremonies as essential demonstrations of imperial authority and divine sanction. Matilda learned the proper procedures for receiving foreign ambassadors, the protocols for religious celebrations, and the intricate choreography of court life that reinforced the emperor's exalted status. As she grew from child to young woman in the German court, Matilda's natural intelligence and strength of character became increasingly apparent to those around her. German chroniclers noted her quick grasp of complex political situations, her ability to speak eloquently in multiple languages, and her natural dignity in formal ceremonies. It was clear that she was developing into exactly the kind of consort the empire needed: intelligent, well-educated, and capable of sharing the burdens of rule. The betrothal period also exposed Matilda to the broader world of European politics in ways that would have been impossible in England. The imperial court was a crossroads where ambassadors from kingdoms across Europe and beyond came to negotiate treaties, seek alliances, and resolve disputes. Through observation and sometimes direct participation in these diplomatic activities, Matilda gained an understanding of international relations that few rulers of her era could match. Religious education formed another crucial component of her preparation for imperial marriage. The Holy Roman Emperor claimed to be the secular sword of Christendom, protector of the Church and defender of the faith. Matilda studied theology, learned the proper rituals of Christian worship, and developed the deep religious convictions that would sustain her through the trials ahead. Her faith became not just personal belief, but a cornerstone of her identity as a future empress. As 1114 approached and her 12th birthday drew near, the time for Matilda's marriage to the emperor had arrived. She had spent nearly 5 years preparing for this moment, transforming from an English princess into a young woman, ready to assume one of the most exalted positions in medieval Europe. The lessons learned during these formative years would shape every decision she made in the decades to come. On a magnificent January morning in 1114, as winter frost sparkled on the ancient stones of Worms Cathedral, 12-year-old Matilda stood ready to become Empress of the Holy Roman Empire. The ceremony that awaited her was not merely a wedding, but a sacred ritual that would elevate her to a position of authority and dignity that surpassed even that of her royal father. As she prepared to take her vows, the English princess was about to become one of the most powerful women in the medieval world. Emperor Henry V, her husband-to-be, was a man in his early 30s who had already proved himself as both warrior and statesman, tall and commanding. With a fair complexion typical of German nobility, he possessed the kind of natural authority that made men follow him into battle, and foreign princes treat his words as law. For Matilda, this marriage represented not just personal alliance, but entry into a completely different world of power and responsibility. The wedding ceremony itself was a magnificent demonstration of imperial splendor. The cathedral was filled with the greatest nobles of the empire, their rich robes and glittering jewels creating a tapestry of color and light that spoke of wealth and power beyond imagination. As Matilda walked down the aisle, she carried herself with the dignity and grace that her years of preparation had instilled, every step marking her transition from English princess to German empress. The marriage vows were spoken in Latin, the ancient language of law and ceremony, binding not just two individuals, but two great political traditions. When the imperial crown was placed upon Matilda's head, she became more than a wife. She became a partner in governance, a keeper of imperial dignity, and a living symbol of the authority that held together the diverse peoples of the empire. Following her wedding, the new empress began to understand the full complexity of her position. The Holy Roman Empire was far more than a single kingdom. It was a mosaic of different cultures, languages, and traditions united under imperial authority, from the Germanic lands of the north to the Italian cities of the south, from the Slavic regions of the east to the Burgundian territories of the west. The empire encompassed a diversity that required exceptional skill to govern effectively. Matilda's first major test came when Emperor Henry decided to lead a military expedition into Italy to assert imperial authority over the Papal States and the northern Italian cities. Rather than leaving his young wife behind in Germany, the emperor chose to bring her with him, recognizing that her presence would demonstrate the stability and continuity of imperial rule. This decision would prove to be one of the most important of Matilda's early married life. The journey south through the Alpine passes was both arduous and magnificent. The imperial party travelled with all the pomp and ceremony befitting their station, but they also moved with the practical efficiency of a military campaign. For Matilda, this expedition represented her first real taste of the responsibilities that came with imperial dignity, not just the ceremonies and privileges, but the hard work of governance and the constant demands of maintaining imperial authority. When they reached northern Italy, Matilda encountered a world even more complex than the German territories she had come to know. The Italian cities were centers of learning, trade, and culture that possessed their own proud traditions of independence. They acknowledged imperial authority, but only reluctantly, and they required careful handling to maintain their loyalty. Here, Matilda's diplomatic skills and political intelligence proved invaluable. The emperor found in his young wife not just a ceremonial consort, but a genuine partner in governance. When diplomatic negotiations required delicate handling, Matilda's presence often helped smooth over difficulties. When ceremonial occasions demanded the full dignity of imperial authority, she provided exactly the kind of majestic presence the situation required. Most importantly, when the emperor needed someone he could trust completely to represent imperial interests, he knew he could rely on his empress. This trust was put to its greatest test when military necessities required Emperor Henry to leave Italy for an extended period to deal with rebellions in other parts of the empire. Rather than appointing a German noble to govern in his absence, the emperor made a decision that shocked contemporary observers. He left his young wife as regent of the Italian territories, trusting her to maintain imperial authority in some of the empire's most challenging regions. For a woman barely out of her teens to be given such responsibility was almost unprecedented in medieval Europe. Yet Matilda rose to the challenge with a combination of intelligence, dignity, and political skill that impressed even her critics. She held court in the great halls of northern Italy, received ambassadors from across the Mediterranean world, and made the kind of complex political decisions that determined the fate of cities and kingdoms. During her regency, Matilda demonstrated the qualities that would define her entire political career. She showed herself capable of making difficult decisions quickly and decisively, but also wise enough to consult with experienced advisors before acting. She maintained the dignity and ceremony that reinforced imperial authority, while also showing the practical flexibility needed to govern effectively in complex situations. The young empress also proved herself adept at the financial and administrative aspects of governance. The Italian territories were among the empire's wealthiest regions, and managing their complex systems of taxation, trade regulation, and legal administration required both intelligence and attention to detail. Matilda mastered these mundane but crucial aspects of rule with the same thoroughness she had shown in learning ceremonial protocol. Perhaps most impressively, she successfully navigated the treacherous world of Italian politics, where ancient feuds between cities, competing claims to territories, and complex webs of alliance and enmity created constant challenges for imperial authority. Her ability to balance competing interests, mediate disputes, and maintain the delicate equilibrium that kept the region stable earned her the respect of Italian nobles and the gratitude of her husband. When Emperor Henry returned from his campaigns in Germany, he found his Italian territories not only secure, but actually more prosperous and stable than when he had left them. Matilda's regency had been such a success that chroniclers began referring to her as the Good Matilda, a title that reflected both her administrative competence and her fair treatment of the diverse populations under her authority. This period of independent rule in Italy provided Matilda with invaluable experience that would serve her well in the struggles ahead. She had proved to herself and to the world that she possessed the intelligence, strength, and political skill needed to govern effectively in her own right. The lessons learned during her regency about diplomacy, administration, military affairs, and the delicate art of maintaining authority over diverse and often fractious subjects would prove crucial when she later fought for her own throne. As the 1120s progressed, Matilda had grown into her role as Holy Roman Empress with a grace and competence that impressed observers throughout Europe. Her marriage to Emperor Henry V had developed into a partnership of mutual respect and shared responsibility, with the Empress serving as her husband's most trusted advisor and capable regent. Yet beneath the surface of this successful imperial union lay a growing shadow. The empire's heir had failed to materialize. For medieval royalty, the production of heirs was not merely a personal matter, but a crucial political necessity. The stability of kingdoms and the continuity of dynasties depended upon clear succession, and the absence of children from the imperial marriage was becoming a source of increasing concern throughout the empire. Despite 11 years of marriage, Matilda remained childless, a situation that threatened the very foundations of the political alliance her marriage had been designed to secure. The pressures of potential heirlessness weighed particularly heavily on Matilda herself. In an age when a woman's primary political function was often seen as the production of legitimate heirs, her inability to provide the empire with a future emperor inevitably led to whispers about divine displeasure or personal failing. Yet those who knew her best recognized that her contributions to imperial governance went far beyond traditional concepts of queenly duty. Throughout the early 1120s, Emperor Henry's health began to show signs of decline. The constant demands of governing the vast and fractious empire, combined with the physical tolls of repeated military campaigns, had begun to take their effect on a man who had carried the weight of imperial authority for nearly 2 decades. As his condition worsened, questions about succession became increasingly urgent and politically dangerous. The emperor's illness manifested itself in the form of what medieval chroniclers described as a wasting disease, probably cancer, that gradually sapped his strength while leaving his mind clear and capable. During this difficult period, Matilda proved herself not just a devoted wife, but an indispensable partner in governance. As Henry's physical capacity diminished, she took on increasingly important responsibilities, effectively serving as co-ruler of the empire during its time of greatest vulnerability. The couple's relationship deepened during these months of shared struggle against the emperor's declining health. Henry came to rely completely on his wife's intelligence and judgment, consulting her on all major decisions and trusting her to represent imperial interests when his own strength failed. For Matilda, this period provided both the satisfaction of proving her political worth and the growing sorrow of watching her husband's inevitable decline toward death. As spring turned to summer in 1125, it became clear that Emperor Henry's condition was terminal. In his final weeks, he made arrangements not just for the succession of the empire, but for the future of his beloved wife. Recognizing that Matilda's childless state would leave her politically vulnerable after his death, Henry took the unprecedented step of formally entrusting the imperial regalia, the crown, scepter, and other symbols of imperial authority, to her care. This decision to place the sacred symbols of empire in Matilda's hands was extraordinary, for it implied that she possessed a legitimate claim to speak for imperial authority even after her husband's death. While she could not become emperor in her own right, the possession of the regalia gave her a powerful position in the negotiations that would determine her future and that of the empire itself. Emperor Henry V died on May 23, 1125, ending not just a marriage, but a crucial chapter in Matilda's political education. At the age of 23, she found herself widowed, childless, and facing an uncertain future in a foreign land where her authority derived entirely from her relationship to a husband who was now gone forever. The question of what would become of the young empress became one of the most pressing political issues facing the empire. The imperial succession proved as complex as Henry had feared. With no direct heir to succeed him, the empire's various nobles and churchmen began maneuvering to place their preferred candidates on the imperial throne. The regalia in Matilda's possession became a powerful tool in these negotiations, for no claimant could be crowned emperor without the sacred symbols of authority that she now controlled. During the months following her husband's death, Matilda demonstrated the political maturity and diplomatic skill that her years of imperial experience had developed. Rather than attempting to hold on to power for its own sake, she carefully weighed the various claimants to the imperial throne, seeking the candidate who would provide the empire with stable and effective governance, while also respecting her own dignity and future security. Eventually, Matilda made the decision to support the candidacy of Lothair of Supplinburg, a powerful Saxon duke whose character and capability impressed her as offering the empire its best hope for continued stability. In a ceremonial transfer that demonstrated both her wisdom and her genuine concern for the empire's welfare, she formally handed over the imperial regalia, enabling Lothair's coronation as the new emperor. This decision to relinquish the regalia voluntarily, rather than attempting to use them as bargaining chips for personal advantage, earned Matilda widespread respect throughout the empire and beyond. German chroniclers praised her selfless dedication to imperial welfare, while foreign observers noted the dignity and wisdom she had shown in handling an extraordinarily difficult situation. Yet even as she won praise for her handling of the succession crisis, Matilda faced the personal reality of her changed circumstances. No longer was she the powerful empress who had governed territories and negotiated with foreign princes. Instead, she had become a 23-year-old widow whose future depended upon the goodwill of others and whose political value would be measured primarily by her potential for remarriage. The question of Matilda's future was complicated by her unique position as the daughter of the English king and the widow of the Holy Roman Emperor. Various European rulers saw potential advantages in marrying such a well-connected and experienced woman, while King Henry himself was eager to arrange another alliance marriage that would serve England's strategic interests. For Matilda, these discussions about her remarriage must have been both politically necessary and personally difficult. As 1125 drew to a close, it became increasingly clear that Matilda's future lay not in the German lands where she had spent her adult life, but back in England where her father faced his own succession challenges. The childless widowhood that might have been seen as failure in purely personal terms had, in the larger context of European politics, actually enhanced her value as a potential heir to the English throne. The Christmas court of 1126 found King Henry I facing the most difficult decision of his reign. As snow fell softly outside the great hall at Windsor, the aging monarch contemplated a choice that would shake the foundations of medieval kingship and challenge assumptions about royal authority that had stood unchallenged for centuries. With his son dead and no legitimate male heir available, Henry was prepared to take the unprecedented step of naming his daughter as his successor to the English throne. For the nobles gathered at court that winter, the king's summons carried an air of unusual solemnity. Word had spread that Henry intended to address the question of succession, but few were prepared for the revolutionary proposal he was about to make. The idea of a woman ruling England in her own right was so foreign to medieval thinking that many of the assembled lords found it almost impossible to comprehend. When Matilda arrived from Germany to join her father's court, she carried with her not just the dignity of her imperial title, but the hard-won experience of nearly 15 years in the highest circles of European politics. At 24, she possessed a political education that surpassed that of most male rulers, having served as regent in Italy, participated in complex diplomatic negotiations, and witnessed firsthand the intricate workings of the Holy Roman Empire. The process of securing recognition for Matilda's succession began with careful preparation and private negotiations. King Henry understood that the success of his revolutionary plan would depend upon his ability to present it not as a desperate expedient, but as a carefully considered solution to the kingdom's needs. He spent weeks in private consultation with his most trusted advisors, building support for his daughter's claim and addressing the concerns of skeptical nobles. The formal announcement came during the Christmas court celebrations, when Henry rose before the assembled nobility and made his momentous declaration. Speaking with the authority that had made him one of medieval Europe's most successful kings, he proclaimed his intention to name Matilda as his heir, emphasizing her imperial dignity, her proven administrative capability, and her undeniable legitimacy as his only surviving child. The reaction among the assembled nobles was immediate and complex. Some, particularly those who had witnessed Matilda's capabilities during her visits to England, expressed genuine support for her succession. Others, however, struggled with the unprecedented nature of the proposal, questioning whether a woman could effectively command armies, maintain noble loyalty, or provide the kind of strong leadership that medieval kingship required. King Henry addressed these concerns with characteristic shrewdness, pointing out that Matilda's imperial experience had prepared her for governance in ways that few male heirs could match. He emphasized her success as regent in Italy, her diplomatic accomplishments, and her demonstrated ability to command respect from foreign princes and nobles. Most importantly, he stressed that the alternative to accepting Matilda was likely to be civil war and the possible destruction of the Norman dynasty. The debates that followed extended over several days, as nobles wrestled with the implications of Henry's proposal. Some argued that ancient law and custom forbade female succession to the English throne. Others worried about the practical difficulties of maintaining noble loyalty under a queen's rule. Still, others expressed concern about the reaction of foreign powers to England's first female monarch. Yet gradually, support for Matilda's succession began to build among the assembled nobles. Her own presence at court during these crucial days proved invaluable, as lords who had only known her by reputation were able to observe firsthand her intelligence, dignity, and political acumen. Her ability to participate knowledgeably in discussions of governance, law, and statecraft impressed even her initial skeptics. The formal ceremony of oath-taking took place on January 1st, 1127, in what would prove to be one of the most significant moments in English constitutional history. One by one, the great nobles of the realm knelt before Matilda and swore solemn oaths to accept her as Henry's legitimate heir and to support her claim to the throne after the king's death. Among those taking the oath was her cousin Stephen of Blois, who would later break this sacred promise with such tragic consequences. The Archbishop of Canterbury administered the oaths with full ceremonial dignity, blessing each nobleman's pledge and invoking divine sanction for their promises of loyalty. The religious dimension of the ceremony was crucial, for it transformed what might have been seen as merely political promises into sacred vows that carried the weight of divine judgment for those who might later consider breaking them. As each noble spoke the words of the oath, Matilda must have felt the enormous weight of responsibility settling upon her shoulders. These promises of loyalty were not mere courtly gestures, but solemn commitments that would determine the fate of the kingdom after her father's death. The stability of the realm, the continuity of the Norman dynasty, and the welfare of thousands of subjects would all depend upon the honour of the men kneeling before her. The ceremony concluded with King Henry's own formal declaration of Matilda's status as his designated heir, a proclamation that was recorded in the royal chronicles and announced throughout the kingdom. For the first time in English history, a woman had been formally recognised as the rightful successor to the throne, establishing a precedent that would resonate through the centuries. Yet even as the oaths were sworn and the precedent established, careful observers might have noticed subtle signs of the troubles ahead. Some nobles hesitated before speaking the words of the oath, while others seemed to recite them with less than complete conviction. The revolutionary nature of female succession had created unprecedented constitutional and political challenges that mere ceremonies could not fully resolve. The months following the oath ceremony were marked by intensive preparations for Matilda's eventual succession. King Henry worked to strengthen his daughter's position by involving her more directly in governance, seeking her counsel on important decisions, and ensuring that she was seen throughout the kingdom as a legitimate voice of royal authority. These efforts were designed to accustom both nobles and common people to the idea of accepting direction from a woman. As 1127 progressed, and the reality of Matilda's unprecedented succession became accepted fact, King Henry turned his attention to the crucial question of his daughter's remarriage. The diplomatic and strategic considerations that had shaped her first marriage to Emperor Henry remained relevant, but now they were complicated by her new status as designated heir to the English throne. Any man who married Matilda would not merely be gaining a wife, but potentially becoming king consort of England, a prospect that could dramatically alter the balance of power in medieval Europe. The search for a suitable husband required Henry to balance multiple competing considerations. The chosen candidate needed to be powerful enough to provide military support for Matilda's claim, yet not so powerful as to overshadow her authority or pose a threat to English independence. He needed to be young enough to father heirs who could continue the dynasty, but mature enough to serve as an effective partner in governance. Most crucially, he needed to be someone whose loyalty to Matilda and her cause could be absolutely trusted. After months of careful consideration and diplomatic negotiation, Henry's choice fell upon Geoffrey Plantagenet, the young Count of Anjou. At 15 years of age, Geoffrey represented the future of one of France's most powerful noble houses, controlling territories that bordered Normandy and commanded strategic positions along the Loire River. More importantly, an alliance with Anjou would secure Normandy's southern border and provide a powerful continental base for Matilda's eventual reign. The choice of Geoffrey was not without its complications, however. At 26, Matilda was 11 years older than her proposed husband, an age difference that raised eyebrows in a society where wives were typically younger than their husbands. Moreover, Geoffrey's status as a count, while respectable, was considerably lower than Matilda's own imperial dignity, For a woman who had once been Empress of the Holy Roman Empire, marriage to a French count might seem like a step backward in the hierarchy of European nobility. Yet Geoffrey possessed qualities that made him an attractive candidate despite these concerns. Contemporaries described him as exceptionally handsome, with the red-gold hair and fair complexion that would later earn him the nickname the Fair. He was tall, athletic, and possessed of the kind of natural charisma that made him popular with both nobles and common soldiers. Most importantly, he had already shown signs of the intelligence and political acumen that would make him a valuable partner in the complex world of medieval statecraft. The young count had earned his distinctive surname through his habit of wearing a sprig of bright yellow broom blossom, Plantagenista in Latin, in his cap, a simple decoration that would eventually give its name to one of England's greatest royal dynasties. This seemingly trivial detail reflected Geoffrey's attention to symbolic presentation and his understanding of how small gestures could reinforce political identity and dynastic pride. When King Henry's marriage proposal reached the court of Anjou, it was received with enthusiasm by Geoffrey's father, Count Fulk V. The aging count recognized immediately the enormous advantages that such an alliance would bring to his house. Not only would his son gain an imperial bride of unquestioned dignity, but he would also become the potential father of future English kings, elevating the Angevin line to heights that had previously been unimaginable. For Matilda herself, the prospect of remarriage must have awakened complex emotions. Her first marriage had been arranged when she was barely old enough to understand its implications, but now she was a mature woman with her own strong opinions about politics, governance, and personal relationships. The idea of marrying a teenager, however attractive and politically advantageous he might be, required significant personal adjustment. The formal betrothal ceremony took place in Rouen in May 1127, with all the pageantry befitting the union of such high-ranking houses. Matilda, resplendent in robes that emphasized her imperial dignity, received Geoffrey's homage as her future husband, while he knelt before her in recognition of both her superior rank and her status as England's designated heir. The ceremony marked not just a personal union, but a political alliance that would reshape the balance of power in Western Europe. The wedding preparations extended over more than a year, allowing time for the complex negotiations necessary to finalize the terms of such a significant alliance. Questions of dowry, territorial arrangements, and the future governance of joint possessions all required careful consideration and diplomatic resolution. Both sides were aware that they were creating not just a marriage, but a partnership that would need to function effectively under the pressures of royal responsibility. On June 17, 1128, the marriage ceremony finally took place in the Cathedral of Le Mans, the ancient capital of Geoffrey's ancestral county of Maine. The setting was deliberately chosen to emphasize the legitimacy and dignity of the Angevin line, while also providing a magnificent backdrop for celebrations that would be remembered throughout medieval Europe. The cathedral, with its soaring stone arches and magnificent stained glass windows, provided a setting worthy of such a historic union. Archbishop Hildebert of Tours, one of the most respected churchmen of his era, performed the marriage ceremony with all the solemnity befitting the union of such exalted persons. As Matilda and Geoffrey exchanged vows before God and the assembled nobility of England, Normandy, and Anjou, they were binding together not just their personal futures, but the destinies of their respective dynasties for generations to come. The wedding feast that followed was a magnificent demonstration of the wealth and power represented by this new alliance. Noble guests from across Western Europe had gathered to witness the ceremony, and their presence transformed Le Mans into a temporary capital of medieval diplomacy. For 3 weeks, according to contemporary chronicles, the celebrations continued without pause, with each day bringing new entertainments, tournaments, and ceremonial observances designed to honour the newlyweds and their families. Yet beneath the surface of these magnificent celebrations, careful observers might have detected signs of the personal tensions that would mark the early years of this marriage. Matilda, accustomed to the sophisticated protocols of imperial courts, sometimes seemed impatient with the more rustic customs of Angevin nobility. Geoffrey, despite his obvious intelligence and charm, occasionally appeared overwhelmed by the complex political responsibilities that came with marriage to England's designated heir. The age difference between the spouses also created subtle but persistent tensions. While Geoffrey was undoubtedly mature for his years, he was still essentially a teenager, being asked to assume responsibilities that would have challenged men twice his age. Matilda, with her years of experience in imperial governance, sometimes found it difficult to accept guidance from someone so much younger and less experienced than herself. These personal challenges were compounded by the enormous political pressures that surrounded the marriage from its very beginning. Both spouses were acutely aware that their union was expected to produce the heirs who would continue the Norman dynasty and provide England with stable succession for generations to come. The success or failure of their marriage would be measured not just in personal happiness, but in dynastic continuity and political stability. The early months of Matilda and Geoffrey's marriage revealed the complex dynamics that would define their relationship for years to come. Despite the magnificent celebrations that had marked their wedding, the reality of daily life together proved far more challenging than either spouse had anticipated. The combination of their significant age difference, vastly different backgrounds, and enormous political pressures created a volatile mixture that would test both their personal resilience and their commitment to their shared dynastic responsibilities. Matilda's imperial background had instilled in her a sense of dignity and ceremonial formality that sometimes clashed with the more relaxed atmosphere of the Angevin court. Having spent her formative years in the sophisticated environment of the Holy Roman Empire, where every gesture carried symbolic weight and protocol governed daily interactions, she found it difficult to adjust to what she perceived as the casual informality of her new home. Her insistence on maintaining imperial customs and ceremonial standards sometimes struck her new subjects as arrogant or unnecessarily rigid. Geoffrey, for his part, struggled with the challenge of being married to a woman whose experience in governance and statecraft far exceeded his own. While he possessed natural intelligence and political instincts that would eventually make him a formidable ruler in his own right, at 16, he was still learning lessons that Matilda had mastered years earlier. The constant awareness that his wife had once ruled territories larger than his own county, and had negotiated with emperors and kings while he was still a child, created tensions that no amount of goodwill could entirely overcome. The physical disparity between the spouses also contributed to the difficulties of their early marriage. Geoffrey, though tall for his age, was still filling out his adult frame, while Matilda had reached full maturity and carried herself with the imperial bearing that commanded automatic respect in any gathering. Contemporary observers noted that she sometimes seemed more like an older sister or even a mother figure than a wife, a perception that must have been particularly galling for a young man trying to establish his own authority and identity. These personal tensions were exacerbated by the political complexities of their situation. As the designated heir to England, Matilda carried responsibilities and expectations that extended far beyond the normal duties of a count's wife. Every decision she made, every alliance she formed, and every enemy she gained had potential implications for the future of the English crown. Geoffrey, whether he liked it or not, was drawn into this web of royal politics and forced to consider how his own actions might affect his wife's eventual succession. The couple's different approaches to political strategy also created friction between them. Matilda, schooled in the complex diplomacy of the Holy Roman Empire, favoured careful negotiation and gradual consensus building as methods for achieving political goals. Geoffrey, representing a younger generation of nobility, was often more inclined toward direct action and military solutions to political problems. While both approaches had their merits, the clash between these different styles sometimes led to heated disagreements about tactics and priorities. By the autumn of 1129, barely 15 months after their wedding, the tensions between the spouses had reached a breaking point, following a particularly bitter argument about territorial arrangements between Anjou and Normandy. Matilda made the dramatic decision to leave her husband and return to her father's court. This separation sent shockwaves through the political world of Western Europe, as nobles and churchmen struggled to understand the implications of such an unprecedented breakdown in a marriage of such crucial political importance. King Henry's reaction to his daughter's return was a mixture of paternal concern and political alarm. While he sympathized with Matilda's personal difficulties, he also understood that the failure of her marriage could have catastrophic consequences for his carefully laid succession plans. Without Geoffrey's military support and the alliance with Anjou that the marriage represented, Matilda's claim to the English throne would be significantly weakened, potentially opening the door to challenges from rival claimants. The separation lasted for nearly 2 years, during which both spouses had time to mature and reflect upon their responsibilities to each other and to the larger political world they inhabited. For Matilda, this period provided an opportunity to reconnect with her English heritage and to prepare more thoroughly for her eventual role as queen. For Geoffrey, it offered crucial time to develop his own political skills and to gain the experience that would make him a more equal partner in their marriage. During this period of separation, both Henry and Count Fulk worked tirelessly to effect a reconciliation between their children. They understood that the failure of the marriage would represent not just a personal tragedy, but a political disaster that could destabilize the entire region. Through patient negotiation and careful diplomacy, they gradually addressed the specific issues that had driven the couple apart and created conditions that would make their reunion possible. The reconciliation, when it finally came in 1131, was marked by greater maturity and understanding on both sides. Geoffrey, now approaching 19, had grown both physically and politically during the separation, developing the confidence and capability that made him a more suitable partner for his imperial wife. Matilda, having had time to adjust her expectations and approach, was more willing to work within the realities of their situation, rather than demanding that it conform to her previous experiences. The success of their reconciliation became apparent in 1132, when Matilda announced that she was pregnant with their first child. This news was greeted with tremendous excitement throughout England and Normandy, for it promised to provide the kingdom with the male heir that would ensure dynastic continuity. The prospect of becoming parents seems to have brought the couple closer together, giving them a shared focus that transcended their personal differences. On March 5th, 1133, Matilda gave birth to a son at Le Mans, an event that was celebrated throughout the Angevin territories and beyond. The child was named Henry, honouring both his maternal grandfather, the King of England, and the imperial tradition that Matilda had inherited from her first marriage. From the moment of his birth, this infant prince represented the future of the Norman dynasty and the hope for stable succession that had eluded England since the White Ship disaster. The birth of Prince Henry marked a turning point in Matilda and Geoffrey's marriage. The shared joy and responsibility of parenthood helped bridge the gaps that had previously divided them, creating new bonds of affection and common purpose. While their relationship would never be characterized by passionate romance, it evolved into a partnership based on mutual respect, shared ambition, and genuine care for their growing family. The peaceful autumn days of 1135 in the Norman countryside gave no hint of the catastrophe that was about to engulf England and reshape the course of medieval history. King Henry I, now in his 67th year, had travelled to his hunting lodge near Lyon-la-Forêt for what he expected to be a routine diplomatic meeting with his son-in-law Geoffrey. The aging monarch appeared to be in good health despite his years, and those around him saw no reason to expect that these would be his final days on earth. The meeting between Henry and Geoffrey had been arranged to discuss ongoing tensions between England and Anjou over territorial boundaries and administrative arrangements. These were the kinds of complex but routine negotiations that had occupied much of Henry's long reign, requiring patient diplomacy and careful attention to the competing interests of various noble houses. No one anticipated that this gathering would become the setting for events that would plunge England into nearly 2 decades of civil war. On the evening of November 30th, 1135, King Henry dined with his usual hearty appetite, reportedly enjoying a meal of lampreys, a type of eel-like fish that was considered a delicacy at medieval tables. Whether it was the rich food, the stress of negotiations, or simply the accumulated toll of his many years, something during that final meal triggered a sudden and severe illness that would claim the king's life within hours. As Henry lay dying in his chamber at Lyon-la-Forêt, surrounded by his closest advisors and servants, the full magnitude of the succession crisis that would follow his death became apparent to those present. Despite all the careful planning, all the oaths sworn by the nobility, and all the preparations made for Matilda's eventual accession, the practical reality was that England's designated heir was hundreds of miles away in Anjou, pregnant with her 3rd child, and unable to respond quickly to the emergency. The king's final hours were spent in the religious preparations that medieval Christianity considered essential for a good death. He made his confession, received the last sacraments, and distributed final gifts to religious houses and loyal servants. According to some accounts, he may have expressed concern about the difficulties that would face his daughter in claiming her inheritance. But if he had any thoughts of changing his succession arrangements, it was far too late to implement such alterations effectively. King Henry I died on December 1st, 1135, ending a reign of 35 years that had brought unprecedented stability and prosperity to England. His death marked not just the passing of a monarch, but the end of an era of strong royal authority that had kept the kingdom's fractious nobility in check through a combination of shrewd politics, military strength, and administrative efficiency. The news of Henry's death spread rapidly through the networks of communication that linked medieval Europe, but the speed of information transmission varied dramatically, depending on the recipient's location and the weather conditions that affected travel. While some nobles in Normandy learned of the king's death within days, others in more remote parts of England would not receive confirmed reports for weeks. Among the first to learn of Henry's death was his nephew Stephen of Blois, who was visiting his own estates in Boulogne when word of his uncle's demise reached him. Stephen's proximity to the Channel ports, combined with his ready access to ships and loyal followers, gave him a crucial advantage in the race to claim the throne that was about to begin. Unlike Matilda, who was constrained by pregnancy and distance, Stephen was free to act immediately and decisively. The oath that Stephen had sworn to support Matilda's succession apparently weighed less heavily on his conscience than the opportunity that now presented itself. Whether his decision to break his sworn word was motivated by personal ambition, genuine concern about the dangers of female rule, or simply opportunistic calculation, Stephen moved with remarkable speed to place himself on the English throne before any rival claimant could organize effective opposition. Stephen's first crucial advantage was his relationship with his brother Henry of Blois, who served as Bishop of Winchester and controlled the royal treasury that was housed in that city. Henry of Blois was one of the most influential churchmen in England, and his support provided Stephen with both financial resources and religious legitimacy for his claim. The bishop's willingness to back his brother's bid for the throne gave Stephen access to the accumulated wealth that King Henry had amassed during his long and prosperous reign. While Stephen rushed across the Channel to England, gathering supporters and making rapid preparations for his coronation, Matilda remained in Anjou, initially unaware that her father was even ill, let alone dead. The delay in communication that resulted from medieval travel conditions and the temporary confusion that followed Henry's unexpected death gave Stephen precious time to establish himself in England before any organized opposition could develop. When the news of her father's death finally reached Matilda, it came accompanied by the shocking revelation that Stephen had already seized the throne and was moving rapidly to consolidate his position. The woman who had been designated as England's rightful heir, who had received the sworn allegiance of the kingdom's greatest nobles, found herself suddenly transformed from heir apparent to dispossessed claimant, forced to fight for a crown that should have been hers by right. The speed and audacity of Stephen's coup caught many of the English nobility off guard. Those who had sworn oaths to support Matilda found themselves faced with an accomplished fact. Stephen was in England, in control of the treasury, and actively seeking coronation, while Matilda remained in distant Anjou, with no immediate means of asserting her claim. The practical advantages of supporting the claimant, who was actually present in the kingdom, proved decisive for many nobles who might otherwise have honoured their previous commitments. Stephen's coronation took place on December 22nd, 1135, just 3 weeks after King Henry's death, in Westminster Abbey with full ceremonial dignity. Archbishop William de Corbet of Canterbury performed the ceremony, lending crucial ecclesiastical legitimacy to what was essentially a usurpation of the throne. The speed with which these arrangements were completed demonstrates both Stephen's political skill and the extent to which his supporters had prepared for this moment. For Matilda, learning of Stephen's coronation must have been devastating beyond words. Not only had she lost her beloved father and the powerful protector who had made her unprecedented succession possible, but she had also witnessed the complete collapse of nearly a decade of careful political preparation. The oaths that had seemed to secure her inheritance had proved worthless, and the crown that had been destined for her now rested on the head of her own cousin. Yet, even in this moment of apparent total defeat, those who knew Matilda well might have recognized that she possessed the strength and determination necessary to fight for her rights. Her imperial experience had taught her that political setbacks, however devastating, need not be permanent, and her years of preparation for queenship had given her both the knowledge and the resolve needed to wage the kind of campaign that lay ahead. As the news of Stephen's coronation spread throughout England and beyond, it became clear that the kingdom faced a constitutional crisis unlike any in its previous history. For the first time since the Norman conquest, England had two rival claimants to the throne, each with legitimate arguments for their right to rule, and each determined to secure their claim through whatever means proved necessary. The stage was set for a conflict that would test every assumption about royal authority, noble loyalty, and the divine sanction that medieval people believed governed legitimate kingship. Stephen's initial position appeared overwhelmingly strong. He controlled London and Westminster, the traditional centres of English royal power, along with the royal treasury that provided the financial resources necessary to maintain an army and reward supporters. More importantly, he had gained recognition from the English Church, whose support was considered essential for legitimate rule in an age when kings were believed to derive their authority directly from God. Archbishop William de Corbet's decision to perform Stephen's coronation ceremony was particularly significant, for it provided the new king with the religious legitimacy that medieval people considered crucial for effective rule. The ceremony itself followed ancient traditions that connected English kingship to biblical and early Christian concepts of divinely sanctioned authority, making Stephen's claim appear not just politically valid, but spiritually blessed. The English nobility's initial response to Stephen's coup was mixed, but generally favourable. Many lords had genuine concerns about the unprecedented nature of female succession, and worried about the practical difficulties of maintaining stability under a queen's rule. Others were influenced by more immediate considerations. Stephen was present in England and actively distributing rewards to his supporters, while Matilda remained distant and unable to offer comparable incentives for loyalty. Yet beneath the surface of apparent acceptance, significant numbers of nobles remained, troubled by Stephen's violation of their sacred oaths to support Matilda's succession. Medieval society placed enormous emphasis on the sanctity of sworn promises, particularly those made before God and witnessed by the Church. The fact that Stephen himself had been among those who pledged to support Matilda made his usurpation particularly disturbing to those who took such commitments seriously. The most prominent of these troubled nobles was Robert of Gloucester, Matilda's half-brother, and one of the most powerful men in England. As an illegitimate son of King Henry, Robert had no claim to the throne himself, but he possessed vast estates, extensive military resources, and unquestioned loyalty to his father's memory and his sister's cause. His initial decision to acknowledge Stephen's kingship was motivated more by practical considerations than genuine acceptance of the new regime. Robert's situation was particularly delicate because his own lands and those of his followers were scattered throughout territories that Stephen now claimed to control. Open rebellion would have meant immediate confiscation of these estates and likely military action against his supporters. Instead, Robert chose a more cautious approach, formally acknowledging Stephen's authority while quietly maintaining his own military strength and political networks. Meanwhile, in Anjou, Matilda faced the devastating reality of her situation with characteristic determination and intelligence. Despite the overwhelming advantages that Stephen currently enjoyed, she refused to accept the permanent loss of her inheritance. Instead, she began the slow and difficult process of building the coalition that would eventually challenge Stephen's usurpation and assert her own rightful claim to the English throne. Matilda's first and most crucial task was securing the support of her husband Geoffrey and his Angevin resources. While Geoffrey had no direct stake in English succession, he understood that his wife's claim represented a potential source of enormous wealth and power for their family. Moreover, the birth of their son Henry in 1133 meant that supporting Matilda's cause was ultimately supporting his own son's future inheritance. The legal and moral arguments supporting Matilda's claim were actually quite strong. Despite Stephen's current practical advantages, she was King Henry's designated heir, formally recognized by the nobility's sworn oaths, and her right of succession was based on legitimate birth and explicit royal nomination, rather than the kind of opportunistic seizure that had brought Stephen to power. These arguments would prove increasingly important as the conflict developed, and nobles were forced to choose sides. international opinion was also largely favourable to Matilda's cause. Her status as former Holy Roman Empress gave her significant prestige in European diplomatic circles, while Stephen's seizure of the throne was viewed by many foreign rulers as an act of oath-breaking that undermined the stability of legitimate monarchy everywhere. This international sympathy would eventually translate into practical support for Matilda's military campaigns. Perhaps most importantly, Matilda could count on the support of her uncle, King David I of Scotland, whose army represented a significant military threat to Stephen's northern borders. David's support was motivated by both family loyalty and strategic opportunity. A successful invasion of northern England could potentially restore territories that the Scots had lost to previous English kings, while simultaneously supporting his niece's legitimate claim. As 1136 progressed, the initial stability of Stephen's regime began to show signs of strain. While he had succeeded in seizing the throne, he was proving less effective at the day-to-day business of royal governance. His generous distribution of lands and titles to supporters had depleted the royal treasury without creating a reliable base of long-term loyalty, and his mild temperament made it difficult for him to impose the kind of strong authority that effective medieval kingship required. These early signs of weakness in Stephen's regime provided encouragement for Matilda's supporters and created opportunities for building the broader coalition that would be necessary for a successful challenge to the usurper's authority. Throughout 1137 and 1138, secret negotiations and careful planning laid the groundwork for the military campaign that would soon plunge England into civil war. The formal beginning of open rebellion came in 1138, when Robert of Gloucester finally renounced his allegiance to Stephen and declared his support for Matilda's rightful claim. This decision represented the crossing of a political Rubicon, from which there could be no return, transforming private dissatisfaction with Stephen's rule into active military resistance that would reshape the map of medieval England. Robert's rebellion was coordinated with similar declarations of support from other powerful nobles who had decided that their oaths to King Henry required them to support his chosen heir, despite the personal risks involved. These men understood that they were committing themselves to a struggle that might last for years and could easily result in the loss of their lands, their fortunes, or even their lives. The late summer of 1139 brought an unusual tension to the English Channel as merchants, fishermen, and travellers reported increased military activity along the Norman coast. Ships were being gathered, supplies accumulated, and armed men assembled in numbers that suggested something far more significant than routine diplomatic missions or trading expeditions. Those with experience in military matters recognized the signs of impending invasion, though few could have predicted the extraordinary nature of the campaign that was about to unfold. Matilda's preparations for her invasion of England had been conducted with the same careful attention to detail that had characterized her administration of imperial territories years earlier. Every aspect of the operation had been planned with meticulous care, from the selection of landing sites to the coordination with supporters already in England, who would provide crucial assistance once her forces arrived on English soil. The invasion force that gathered under Matilda's banner was remarkably diverse, reflecting the international nature of her support and the unusual circumstances of her claim. At its core were Geoffrey's Angevin knights, professional soldiers who had proved their worth in the complex warfare of the French territories. These men were supplemented by German mercenaries who had served under imperial command and remained loyal to their former empress, as well as Norman nobles who had fled Stephen's regime and sought restoration of their confiscated lands. Perhaps most significantly, the invasion force included Robert of Gloucester and a substantial number of English exiles who had openly declared their support for Matilda's cause and could never safely return to England under Stephen's rule. These men brought with them detailed knowledge of English geography, politics, and military resources that would prove invaluable in the campaigns ahead. The decision about where to land the invasion force required careful consideration of both military and political factors. The chosen site needed to offer reasonable prospects for successful disembarkation, while also providing access to territories where Matilda could expect local support. After extensive consultation with her advisors, the decision was made to land at Arundel, where Queen Adeliza, King Henry's widow, had offered the use of her castle as a secure base for operations. On September 30th, 1139, Matilda's invasion fleet appeared off the English coast near Arundel, carrying approximately 140 knights along with their equipment, horses, and supporting personnel. While this force was relatively small by the standards of major medieval military operations, it represented a carefully selected group of experienced warriors whose loyalty to Matilda's cause was beyond question, and whose military capabilities far exceeded their numbers might suggest. The landing itself was accomplished without significant opposition, suggesting that Stephen's intelligence network had failed to provide adequate warning of the invasion's timing and location. This initial success allowed Matilda's forces to establish themselves on English soil and begin the process of building the broader coalition that would be necessary for challenging Stephen's control of the kingdom. Queen Adeliza's decision to provide sanctuary for Matilda was both politically significant and personally courageous. As King Henry's widow, she possessed both the moral authority and the practical resources needed to support his designated heir, but her actions also placed her in direct opposition to Stephen's regime and exposed her to potential retaliation. Her castle at Arundel provided not just physical security, but also a symbolic connection to the legitimate royal authority that Matilda claimed to represent. Stephen's response to news of the invasion demonstrated both the strengths and weaknesses that would characterize his leadership throughout the coming civil war. He moved quickly to contain the threat, gathering his forces and marching toward Arundel with impressive speed and determination. However, his subsequent decisions revealed the kind of political miscalculation that would repeatedly undermine his effectiveness as a military leader. Rather than attempting to capture or eliminate Matilda, while she was still relatively isolated at Arundel, Stephen chose to allow her safe passage to join her brother Robert in the West Country. This decision was reportedly influenced by concepts of chivalric courtesy and family obligation. Matilda was, after all, his cousin, but it represented a crucial strategic error that would have profound consequences for the entire conflict. By permitting Matilda to travel safely to Bristol, where Robert of Gloucester had established a strong base of operations, Stephen essentially allowed his enemies to unite their forces and begin the coordinated campaign that would challenge his authority throughout Western England. What had begun as a relatively small invasion force now became the nucleus of a much larger rebellion that threatened to tear the kingdom apart. The reunion between Matilda and Robert at Bristol was both emotionally moving and politically crucial. The half-siblings had not seen each other since before King Henry's death, and their meeting represented not just personal reunion, but the formal beginning of a coordinated campaign to restore legitimate royal authority. Robert's extensive resources and local knowledge, combined with Matilda's imperial dignity and legal claim, created a formidable partnership that would soon challenge Stephen's control of significant portions of England. The territory around Bristol provided an ideal base for Matilda's operations, offering both natural defensive advantages and access to the kind of local support that would be essential for a sustained campaign. The region's numerous castles, built during the Norman consolidation of England, could serve as strongholds for Matilda's forces, while also providing the administrative centres needed to govern territories as they were brought under her control. As word of Matilda's successful landing and establishment in the West Country spread throughout England, nobles who had previously remained neutral were forced to make crucial decisions about where their loyalties lay. Some, impressed by her determination and the strength of her legal claim, began to declare their support for her cause. Others, concerned about the risks of opposing an established king, reaffirmed their allegiance to Stephen and prepared to defend their lands against what they saw as foreign invasion. The initial military actions of the campaign were characterized more by maneuvering and siege warfare than by the kind of large pitched battles that captured the imagination of medieval chroniclers. Both sides understood that control of castles and fortified towns was more important than battlefield victories, and much of the early fighting focused on the slow, patient work of capturing or defending these crucial strategic positions. As winter approached in 1139, it became clear that England was settling into what promised to be a long and bitter conflict. Matilda had successfully established herself as a serious challenger to Stephen's authority, controlling significant territories and commanding the loyalty of some of the kingdom's most powerful nobles. However, Stephen retained control of London, the royal administration, and the support of the church, advantages that would prove difficult to overcome through military action alone. The stage was now set for the period that chroniclers would later call the Anarchy, nearly 2 decades of civil war that would test every institution of English government and society, while determining whether medieval England would accept its first ruling queen or maintain the male-dominated succession that had prevailed since the Norman conquest. As the winter of 1140 gave way to the early months of 1141, both Stephen and Matilda could look back on more than a year of inconclusive warfare that had established rough territorial divisions without resolving the fundamental question of who would ultimately rule England. The kingdom had effectively split into competing zones of control, with Stephen holding the southeast and the vital city of London, while Matilda's forces dominated much of the southwest and enjoyed the support of King David's Scottish army in the north. The stalemate that had developed was frustrating for both sides, but it was particularly challenging for Stephen, whose position as acknowledged king meant that he bore primary responsibility for restoring order and unity to the realm. His inability to decisively defeat Matilda's forces or capture her person had begun to undermine confidence in his leadership, while the continued existence of an alternative source of royal authority encouraged further defections from his cause. The event that would transform this military and political deadlock began with what appeared to be a relatively minor dispute in the city of Lincoln. Ranulph de Journal, Earl of Chester, had become increasingly dissatisfied with Stephen's leadership and his failure to reward loyal service with the kind of territorial grants that Earl Ranulph believed his support deserved. This dissatisfaction had gradually evolved into open hostility, creating a dangerous situation in one of England's most strategically important cities. Lincoln itself was far more than just another provincial town. Located in the heart of England, it commanded crucial transportation routes and served as an administrative centre for the surrounding region. More importantly, it was home to one of England's most important cathedrals and served as a symbol of royal authority in territories that had witnessed significant support for Matilda's cause. Control of Lincoln was therefore both strategically vital and symbolically important for any claimant to the English throne. Earl Ranulph's decision to seize Lincoln Castle in late 1140 was accomplished through a combination of cunning and audacity that demonstrated both his military skill and his complete break with Stephen's authority. By sending his wife and sister-in-law on what appeared to be a social visit to the castle, then arriving himself with only a small escort, as if to accompany the ladies home, Ranulph was able to gain entry to the fortress and capture it with minimal bloodshed, but maximum surprise. The seizure of Lincoln Castle sent shockwaves through Stephen's court and posed a direct challenge to royal authority that could not be ignored without encouraging similar acts of rebellion elsewhere. Stephen's response was characteristically swift and decisive. He would personally lead an army to Lincoln and retake the castle by force, demonstrating that challenges to his authority would meet with immediate and overwhelming retaliation. However, Earl Ranulph had not acted without considering the broader implications of his rebellion. Almost immediately after seizing the castle, he sent urgent appeals for assistance to Robert of Gloucester and, through him, to Matilda herself. The prospect of a major engagement with Stephen's forces in the strategically crucial city of Lincoln was exactly the kind of opportunity that Matilda's supporters had been waiting for. A chance to force a decisive confrontation under conditions that might favour their cause. Robert of Gloucester's response to Ranulph's appeal was swift and positive. Recognising the enormous strategic importance of supporting the Earl of Chester's rebellion, Robert began immediately assembling a relief force that would march to Lincoln and attempt to break Stephen's siege. This force would include not only his own experienced knights, but also significant numbers of Welsh mercenaries whose military effectiveness had been proven in previous campaigns. As Stephen's army settled into siege positions around Lincoln Castle in January 1141, both sides understood that they were approaching what might prove to be the decisive confrontation of the entire war. The stakes could not have been higher. Victory for Stephen would likely crush the rebellion and secure his hold on the throne, while success for Matilda's forces could potentially end his reign and open the path to her own coronation. The royal army that Stephen brought to Lincoln represented the cream of his military resources. In addition to his own household knights, he commanded the forces of several earls whose loyalty to his cause remained firm, including William Dormail, Earl of Yorkshire, and Alan of Brittany, Earl of Richmond. These men brought with them not only their personal retinues, but also the broader resources of their territories, creating a formidable force that should have been capable of overwhelming any opposition. Yet Stephen's army also revealed some of the fundamental weaknesses that plagued his reign. Unlike the forces that Matilda's supporters were assembling, Stephen's army was composed largely of nobles, whose primary loyalty was to their own interests rather than to his person or cause. Many had joined his siege of Lincoln more from obligation than enthusiasm, and their commitment to his success was often conditional rather than absolute. The arrival of Robert of Gloucester's relief force outside Lincoln on February 1st, 1141, created a military situation that would determine the fate of England for generations to come. The army that Robert had assembled was smaller than Stephen's royal forces, but it possessed certain advantages that would prove crucial in the battle ahead. Most importantly, it was composed of men who were fighting for a cause they genuinely believed in: the restoration of legitimate royal authority under England's rightful heir. The Welsh contingent that formed a significant portion of Robert's army brought with them a style of warfare that was unfamiliar to many English nobles, but devastatingly effective under the right circumstances. These warriors were accustomed to fighting in difficult terrain and adverse conditions, and their loyalty to Matilda's cause had been secured through generous promises of land and plunder should their campaign prove successful. On the morning of February 2nd, 1141, as both armies prepared for what everyone understood would be a crucial engagement, Stephen faced a decision that would define not only the battle, but his entire reign. Several of his advisors urged him to avoid direct confrontation, arguing that his position as king made it unnecessarily dangerous for him to risk capture or death in battle. They suggested that he could withdraw his forces, wait for reinforcements, and return to Lincoln later with overwhelming superiority. Stephen's rejection of this cautious counsel revealed both the best and worst aspects of his character. His decision to stand and fight demonstrated the personal courage and martial honor that made him beloved by his supporters, but it also showed the kind of strategic recklessness that would repeatedly undermine his effectiveness as a military leader. A more calculating ruler might have chosen discretion over valor, but Stephen's conception of kingship demanded that he lead from the front and share the dangers faced by his followers. The battle itself began in the early morning hours, with Stephen's forces holding what appeared to be significant advantages in both numbers and position. The royal army was well organized and confident, commanded by experienced nobles who understood the importance of victory for their own continued prosperity. Their equipment was superior to that of their enemies, and their morale was bolstered by fighting under the banner of an acknowledged king. However, as the fighting developed, the tactical superiority of Robert's more motivated forces began to tell. The Welsh infantry proved particularly effective against Stephen's mounted knights, using their long spears and superior mobility to disrupt cavalry charges and create opportunities for their own attacks. More crucially, as the battle intensified and casualties mounted, some of Stephen's noble supporters began to calculate the personal costs of continued loyalty to a king whose cause appeared increasingly desperate. The turning point in the battle came when several of Stephen's earls, seeing the direction the fighting was taking, chose to withdraw their forces from the engagement rather than risk destruction in what appeared to be a losing cause. This abandonment of their king in his moment of greatest need was both militarily disastrous and morally devastating, transforming what might have been an orderly retreat into a chaotic rout that left Stephen virtually alone on the battlefield. Contemporary chroniclers described Stephen's final stand with a mixture of admiration and pathos that reflected their recognition of the tragic nobility of his situation. Abandoned by most of his supporters, the king continued to fight with desperate courage, wielding first his sword and then, when that weapon broke, a battle axe provided by a loyal citizen of Lincoln. Even when his axe was shattered by the force of his blows, Stephen continued to resist until he was finally overwhelmed and captured. The moment of Stephen's capture was witnessed by hundreds of warriors from both sides, ensuring that news of this extraordinary reversal of fortune would spread rapidly throughout England and beyond. William de Canes, the knight who finally seized the king, reportedly called out to his companions, "Come here, all of you. I have taken the king," words that announced not just the end of a battle, but potentially the end of a reign. The immediate aftermath of the Battle of Lincoln was marked by the kind of confusion and uncertainty that inevitably follows such dramatic reversals of political fortune. Stephen's supporters, scattered and demoralized by their king's capture, faced the immediate question of whether to continue resistance or seek accommodation with Matilda's victorious forces. Meanwhile, Matilda's supporters struggled to comprehend the magnitude of their success and its implications for the future of the kingdom. For Matilda herself, news of Stephen's capture and the decisive victory at Lincoln represented the culmination of years of struggle and the apparent fulfillment of her father's plans for her succession. The woman who had been forced into exile by her cousin's usurpation now held that same cousin as her prisoner, along with the opportunity to claim the throne that had always rightfully been hers. The crown that had seemed impossibly distant just days before now appeared within her grasp. The news of Stephen's capture at Lincoln travelled across medieval England with the speed of wildfire, carried by messengers whose urgent galloping and excited voices announced that the impossible had occurred. The acknowledged king had been defeated and taken prisoner by forces fighting for a woman's claim to the throne. In village squares and castle halls, manor houses and monastery cloisters, the stunning reversal of political fortune dominated every conversation, as people struggled to understand what this unprecedented development might mean for their own lives and the future of the realm. For the nobles who had remained neutral during the early phases of the Civil War, Stephen's capture created an immediate crisis of loyalty and practical calculation. Men who had avoided committing themselves to either side now found that continued neutrality might prove impossible, as Matilda's supporters moved quickly to consolidate their advantage and demand declarations of allegiance from previously uncommitted lords. The speed with which some of Stephen's former supporters abandoned his cause revealed the essentially opportunistic nature of many noble loyalties in this period. Earls and barons who had loudly proclaimed their devotion to Stephen's kingship began making discreet inquiries about the terms on which they might be received into Matilda's service, seeking to preserve their lands and positions by adapting quickly to changing political realities. Yet there were also those whose loyalty to Stephen remained unshaken even by his capture and apparent defeat. Queen Matilda of Boulogne, Stephen's wife, emerged as the most formidable of these continuing supporters, immediately beginning to organize resistance to what she saw as unlawful usurpation of her husband's rightful throne. Her determination and political skill would prove crucial in ensuring that Stephen's cause survived even this devastating setback. Meanwhile, in the West Country strongholds, where she had established her base of operations, Matilda received the news of Lincoln with a mixture of triumph and careful calculation that characterized her approach to political developments throughout the war. While she recognized the enormous significance of Stephen's capture, she also understood that military victory was only the first step in a complex process of establishing legitimate royal authority throughout the kingdom. The prisoner Stephen was transported to Bristol Castle, one of Robert of Gloucester's most secure fortifications, where he would remain under close guard, while Matilda and her advisors decided how best to use their unexpected advantage. The treatment of a captured king posed unprecedented challenges in medieval political practice. Stephen was both a defeated enemy and a royal cousin, whose dignity required certain courtesies even in captivity. Robert of Gloucester's handling of his royal prisoner demonstrated the careful balance between political necessity and aristocratic honor that characterized the more thoughtful participants in this civil war. Stephen was confined securely enough to prevent escape attempts, but he was also treated with the courtesy befitting his rank and family relationship to his captors. This restraint would prove politically wise, as harsh treatment of Stephen might have alienated potential supporters who valued chivalric ideals. The question of what title Matilda should assume following Stephen's capture required careful consideration of both legal precedent and political reality. Never before had England faced the situation of having an acknowledged king held prisoner by a rival claimant, and the constitutional implications of this unprecedented circumstance were far from clear. Medieval concepts of kingship assumed that royal authority was indivisible and derived directly from divine sanction, making it theoretically impossible for legitimate kingship to be interrupted or transferred through mere military victory. After extensive consultation with learned clerks and legal advisors, the decision was made to convene a special church council that would consider Matilda's claim to royal authority and provide the religious legitimacy that medieval rule required. This council, composed of bishops and abbots from throughout England, would need to address the complex question of whether Stephen's capture had invalidated his kingship and cleared the way for Matilda's recognition as England's rightful ruler. The council was convened at Winchester in April 1141, in the very cathedral where English kings had been crowned for centuries, and where the royal treasury was traditionally housed. The choice of location was deeply symbolic, emphasizing the continuity between Matilda's claim and the ancient traditions of English kingship, while also providing practical access to the financial resources that effective royal government required. Henry of Blois, Bishop of Winchester, and Stephen's own brother, found himself in an extraordinarily difficult position as the council prepared to deliberate. His previous support for Stephen's usurpation was well known, but his responsibilities as a church leader and his recognition of political reality now required him to consider whether continued opposition to Matilda's clearly superior position served any useful purpose. After days of careful deliberation and political manoeuvring, the Winchester Council reached its momentous decision. On April 8, 1141, the assembled bishops and abbots formally declared that Stephen's capture had effectively ended his reign and that Matilda should be recognized as England's legitimate ruler. However, rather than proclaiming her queen, the council chose the carefully crafted title Domina Anglorum, Lady of the English. This choice of title reflected both the unprecedented nature of female rule and the political caution of the church leaders who granted it. By avoiding the traditional term regina, queen, the council acknowledged that Matilda's situation was unique while still providing her with legitimate authority to govern the kingdom. The title, Lady of the English, had historical precedent in the earlier ruler Ethelfled of Mercia, providing a connection to Anglo-Saxon traditions that predated Norman concepts of strictly male succession. The formal proclamation of Matilda as Lady of the English was accompanied by elaborate ceremonies designed to emphasize the legitimacy and divine sanction of her authority. Religious rituals, ceremonial processions, and the formal transfer of the royal treasury all served to demonstrate that England now had a new ruler, whose authority was both legally valid and spiritually blessed. Among the most significant aspects of these ceremonies was the issuing of coins bearing Matilda's image and title, physical symbols of royal authority that would circulate throughout the kingdom and serve as permanent reminders of the change in rulership. These coins, minted in London, Winchester, and other major centres, proclaimed to all who handled them that England was now governed by its lady rather than a king. The practical challenges of establishing effective government under Matilda's authority were enormous, requiring the kind of administrative skill and political judgment that her imperial experience had prepared her to handle. Royal writs had to be issued in her name, judicial appointments made, and the complex business of medieval government continued despite the extraordinary circumstances of her accession to power. Perhaps most crucially, Matilda needed to demonstrate that female rule could be as effective as male kingship in maintaining order, dispensing justice, and protecting the realm from external threats. Every decision she made would be scrutinized by supporters and opponents alike for signs of the weakness or incompetence that critics argued were inevitable consequences of placing a woman in supreme authority. The international response to Matilda's recognition as Lady of the English was generally favourable, with many European rulers expressing satisfaction that England had finally recognised the legitimacy of King Henry's designated heir. Her former connections to the Holy Roman Empire proved particularly valuable in securing diplomatic recognition from the German territories, while her family relationships provided support from Scottish and French courts. As spring turned to summer in 1141, Matilda could reasonably believe that her long struggle for the throne was finally nearing its successful conclusion. Stephen remained securely imprisoned. His supporters were scattered and demoralized, and she herself had gained both religious recognition and practical control over much of England. The next logical step would be her formal coronation as England's first ruling queen, a ceremony that would complete her transformation from dispossessed exile to acknowledged monarch. As the late spring of 1141 brought longer days and warmer weather to the English countryside, Matilda prepared for what should have been the culminating triumph of her long struggle for the throne. With Stephen securely imprisoned and her authority recognised by the Church Council at Winchester, the path seemed clear for her formal coronation at Westminster Abbey, the ancient ceremony that would transform her from Lady of the English into England's first crowned queen. The journey from Winchester to London was undertaken with all the ceremonial dignity befitting a ruler approaching her coronation. Matilda's procession included not only her military supporters, but also the bishops and nobles who had recognized her authority, creating an impressive demonstration of the coalition that now supported her claim. The sight of this magnificent royal progress should have served notice to all observers that England had indeed accepted its first female monarch. Yet even as Matilda's entourage made its stately way toward the capital, careful observers might have detected subtle signs that the transition of power would not prove as smooth as her supporters hoped. The response of the common people along the route was noticeably lukewarm, lacking the enthusiasm that typically greeted the passage of legitimate royal authority. More ominously, reports from London suggested that the city's citizens were far from united in their acceptance of the new regime. London in 1141 was far more than simply England's largest city. It was the commercial heart of the kingdom, the seat of royal administration, and a community that possessed its own proud traditions of independence and self-governance. The citizens of London were accustomed to being consulted about major political changes, and their support was considered essential for the successful establishment of any new royal regime. The economic implications of the Civil War had weighed particularly heavily on London's merchant community, whose prosperity depended upon the kind of political stability that had been notably absent during the previous years of conflict. Many citizens blamed both Matilda and Stephen for the disruption of trade, the increased taxation necessary to fund military operations, and the general uncertainty that made long-term commercial planning extremely difficult. When Matilda's procession finally reached London in June 1141, the city's reception was correct but notably restrained. While the formal ceremonies of welcome were performed and the appropriate courtesies observed, perceptive members of Matilda's entourage noticed that the crowds were smaller than expected, and their enthusiasm markedly subdued compared to previous royal entries into the capital. The process of preparing for Matilda's coronation required extensive negotiations with the city authorities, who possessed both practical control over the arrangements and significant influence over public opinion. These discussions revealed the complex web of concerns and expectations that surrounded the unprecedented prospect of a female coronation, ranging from ceremonial questions about protocol to substantive issues about the new regime's policies and priorities. One of the most pressing practical issues facing Matilda's government was the need for money to reward supporters, maintain military forces, and fund the normal operations of royal administration. The treasury that had been transferred to her control at Winchester, while substantial, was insufficient for all these competing demands, making additional taxation or forced contributions from wealthy citizens an apparent necessity. The traditional response to such financial needs would have been for the incoming monarch to request voluntary contributions from the city's merchant community, accompanied by ceremonial celebrations and the kind of festive atmosphere that made such requests seem like participation in a joyous national celebration, rather than simple extortion. However, Matilda's approach to these negotiations revealed a political tone deafness that would prove catastrophic for her cause. Rather than following established precedents for requesting London's financial support, Matilda chose to make what were essentially demands for immediate payment of substantial sums. Her manner during these negotiations was described by contemporary chroniclers as imperious and inflexible, lacking the kind of diplomatic courtesy that experienced rulers used when dealing with powerful constituencies whose cooperation was essential for effective governance. The specific amounts that Matilda demanded from London's citizens were reportedly substantial enough to cause genuine hardship for many families, while the peremptory manner in which these demands were made suggested a fundamental lack of understanding of the delicate relationship between royal authority and urban independence that characterized medieval English governance. Her imperial background, while valuable in many ways, had not prepared her for the kind of consensus building that English kingship required. The citizens' response to these financial demands was initially one of shocked disbelief, followed quickly by growing anger as the full implications of Matilda's approach became clear. Many Londoners had expected that a new monarch would begin her reign with gestures of goodwill and celebration, not with immediate demands for money to support military campaigns that many citizens viewed as primarily benefiting foreign interests. The situation was further complicated by stories, possibly exaggerated but certainly damaging, about Matilda's treatment of petitioners and her general demeanour during her residence in London. Critics claimed that she displayed the kind of haughty arrogance associated with foreign rulers who had no real understanding of English customs or sympathy for English concerns. Whether these characterizations were entirely fair or not, they reflected and reinforced growing popular dissatisfaction with the new regime. The tipping point came when Matilda rejected appeals from London's leading citizens for moderation in her financial demands and consideration of the city's economic situation. Her refusal to negotiate or compromise on these issues was interpreted as evidence of the kind of tyrannical temperament that many critics had predicted would characterize female rule. The contrast with Stephen's more accommodating approach to similar situations was frequently noted, and always to Matilda's disadvantage. The popular uprising that erupted in London during the summer of 1141 was both sudden and overwhelming in its scope. What began as grumbling about taxation and complaints about the new Queen's manor quickly escalated into open rebellion as citizens took to the streets, rang the city's bells in alarm, and demanded that Matilda abandon her coronation plans and leave the capital immediately. The scenes that followed were unprecedented in English history, a queen designate being driven from the kingdom's capital by an angry mob of her own subjects, fleeing in such haste that much of her personal property and royal regalia had to be abandoned. Contemporary chroniclers struggled to find adequate language to describe the shock and humiliation of watching England's would-be first queen forced to flee like a common criminal from the very city where she had expected to be crowned in triumph. The immediate causes of London's rejection were clear enough: excessive taxation demands, insensitive handling of negotiations, and a general failure to understand the political dynamics that governed the relationship between royal authority and urban independence. However, the deeper significance of these events extended far beyond questions of policy and personality to fundamental issues about the nature of medieval kingship and the unprecedented challenges facing any woman who sought to exercise supreme political authority. The sound of London's church bells ringing in alarm on that fateful summer day in 1141 would echo through English history as the moment when Matilda's dreams of coronation collapsed into chaos and humiliation. What had begun as scattered protests about taxation and governance had exploded into a full-scale urban uprising that threatened not just her political ambitions, but potentially her personal safety as well. The speed with which the situation in London deteriorated caught Matilda and her advisors completely off guard. Medieval rulers were accustomed to occasional expressions of popular discontent, but the kind of organized, city-wide rebellion that now confronted them was virtually unprecedented in English experience. The sight of thousands of citizens taking to the streets, armed with whatever weapons they could find, and united in their determination to drive out the would-be queen, presented a challenge that no amount of imperial experience had prepared Matilda to handle. The immediate trigger for the uprising appears to have been Matilda's final rejection of the citizens' appeals for mercy in the matter of her financial demands, when word spread through London's narrow streets that their new ruler would neither reduce her taxation requirements nor extend the time allowed for payment. Years of accumulated grievances about the Civil War and its economic consequences suddenly crystallized into furious action. The ringing of the city's bells served both as a call to arms and as a symbol of London's ancient rights and privileges, which the citizens believed were being trampled by a foreign-educated queen who had no understanding of English traditions. The sound carried across the Thames and throughout the surrounding countryside, alerting Stephen's supporters in the region that their opportunity for counterattack had finally arrived. As the crowds gathered in the streets outside her residence, Matilda faced the most dangerous moment of her entire political career. The angry voices calling for her departure were accompanied by increasingly bold threats against her person and those of her supporters. Several members of her entourage were reportedly assaulted as they attempted to move through the hostile crowds, while others found their property vandalized or destroyed by citizens who saw them as symbols of an unwelcome foreign regime. The decision to flee London was made with desperate haste, as reports reached Matilda that the crowds were growing larger and more violent with each passing hour. There was no time for the careful planning that normally accompanied royal movements, no opportunity to arrange proper escorts or secure routes of travel. Instead, Matilda and her closest supporters had to slip out of the city as quickly and quietly as possible, leaving behind most of their possessions and abandoning any pretense of royal dignity. The route of Matilda's flight from London took her westward toward territories where she could expect to find friendly forces and secure strongholds. However, the journey was fraught with danger, as word of the London uprising had spread rapidly, and Stephen's supporters throughout the region were mobilizing to intercept the fleeing Queen Designate. Several times during her escape, Matilda's small party had to take refuge in churches or friendly manor houses, while hostile forces passed nearby. The psychological impact of this humiliating retreat was devastating for Matilda personally and damaging for her cause throughout England. The woman who had been proclaimed Lady of the English just months earlier was now reduced to skulking through the countryside like a fugitive, dependent on the charity of supporters and constantly fearful of capture by her enemies. The contrast with her former imperial dignity could not have been more complete or more demoralizing. News of Matilda's flight from London spread throughout England with remarkable speed, carried by merchants, travellers, and messengers who recognized the enormous significance of these unprecedented events. For Stephen's supporters, the news provided the first genuine cause for celebration since their king's capture at Lincoln, suggesting that Matilda's apparent triumph might prove far less permanent than her supporters had hoped. The immediate beneficiary of London's rejection of Matilda was Queen Matilda of Boulogne, Stephen's remarkable wife, who had spent the months since her husband's capture working tirelessly to maintain resistance to what she saw as illegitimate usurpation. The London uprising provided her with both a symbolic victory and a practical opportunity to launch a more aggressive campaign for Stephen's restoration. Queen Matilda's response to the London crisis demonstrated the political and military skills that made her one of the most formidable figures of the entire Civil War period. Rather than simply celebrating her rival's discomfort, she immediately began organizing a coordinated campaign designed to exploit the apparent weakness of Matilda's position and build momentum for Stephen's eventual release and restoration. The forces that Queen Matilda assembled for this counter-offensive included not only loyal English nobles, but also significant numbers of continental mercenaries, particularly from her own territories in Boulogne and Flanders. These professional soldiers provided both the military capability and the political independence that made them ideal instruments for a campaign aimed at challenging the established military balance in England. The strategic target that Queen Matilda selected for her campaign was Winchester, the ancient capital where Matilda had been proclaimed Lady of the English, and where her supporters maintained both military forces and administrative headquarters. By threatening Winchester, Queen Matilda hoped to force her rival into a defensive position that would prevent any attempt to return to London and complete the interrupted coronation process. The approach march of Queen Matilda's forces toward Winchester created exactly the kind of crisis that Matilda and her advisors had hoped to avoid. Rather than being able to consolidate their position and rebuild support after the London debacle, they now found themselves forced to respond to an immediate military threat that could potentially undo all the gains achieved since Stephen's capture. The decision to defend Winchester, despite the obvious risks involved, reflected both Matilda's personal determination and the strategic importance of the city for her broader political objectives. Winchester was not just another fortress to be held or abandoned based on tactical considerations. It was the symbolic heart of her claim to royal authority, the place where she had been proclaimed ruler, and the site of the royal treasury that funded her operations. Robert of Gloucester's advice during this critical period emphasized the military dangers of attempting to hold Winchester against Queen Matilda's superior forces, but his sister's response revealed the kind of stubborn courage that had sustained her through years of exile and struggle. She would not abandon Winchester without a fight, regardless of the personal risks involved or the tactical disadvantages her forces faced. The siege that followed would prove to be one of the most crucial engagements of the entire Civil War, determining not just the immediate fate of Winchester, but the longer-term prospects for Matilda's eventually successful claim to royal authority. The stakes could not have been higher. Defeat would likely mean the end of her political ambitions, while victory would demonstrate that the London setback had been merely a temporary obstacle rather than a permanent barrier to her eventual triumph. The autumn of 1141 brought to Winchester a siege that would prove decisive, not just for the control of that ancient city, but for the entire course of England's civil war. As Queen Matilda of Boulogne's forces surrounded the walls that protected her rival's headquarters, both sides understood that the outcome of this confrontation would determine whether Empress Matilda's remarkable rise to power would continue or collapse into final defeat. The forces that Queen Matilda had assembled for this crucial campaign represented one of the most formidable armies seen in England since the Norman conquest. In addition to loyal English nobles who had never wavered in their support for Stephen's cause, she commanded significant numbers of professional soldiers from the Low Countries, men whose military expertise and political independence made them ideal instruments for challenging the established order. William of Ypres, the Flemish mercenary captain who served as Queen Matilda's principal military advisor, brought to the siege not only his own experienced troops, but also the kind of ruthless tactical thinking that had made him one of medieval Europe's most successful soldiers. His approach to warfare was uncomplicated by the chivalric considerations that sometimes influenced English nobles. He fought to win, using whatever methods proved most effective regardless of their impact on aristocratic sensibilities. The strategic situation facing Empress Matilda and her forces in Winchester was extraordinarily difficult. Not only were they outnumbered by the besieging army, but they were also cut off from their main bases of support in the West Country, making reinforcement or resupply extremely problematic. The city that had been the seat of her triumphant proclamation as Lady of the English, now threatened to become the site of her final defeat. Robert of Gloucester's analysis of their military situation was characteristically realistic. They could not hope to hold Winchester indefinitely against the superior forces arrayed against them, and any attempt to do so would likely result in their complete destruction. His recommendation was for an immediate breakout attempt that would at least offer the possibility of escape, even if it meant abandoning the symbolically important city to their enemies. The decision to attempt a fighting withdrawal from Winchester was made with the kind of desperate courage that had characterized Matilda's entire political career. She understood that retreat would represent a devastating blow to her prestige and authority, but she also recognized that her cause could not survive her capture or death. The choice was between certain defeat if they remained in Winchester, and possible survival if they attempted to break through the enemy lines. The planning for the breakout required careful coordination between Matilda's personal escort and the larger forces commanded by Robert of Gloucester. The Empress herself would attempt to slip out of the city with a small group of trusted knights, while Robert would lead the main body of their forces in a diversionary attack designed to draw the enemy's attention and create confusion that might allow his sister to escape. The execution of this desperate plan began in the pre-dawn darkness of September 14th, 1141, as Matilda and her small escort prepared to risk everything on a single dash for freedom. The stakes could not have been higher. Capture would mean imprisonment and likely the end of her political ambitions, while successful escape would at least preserve the possibility of future campaigns to reclaim her rightful inheritance. The initial stages of the breakout went according to plan, with Robert's diversionary attack succeeding in drawing the main attention of the besieging forces and creating the confusion necessary for Matilda's escape attempt. However, as daylight revealed the scope of the fighting taking place around Winchester, it became clear that the cost of this operation would be far higher than anyone had anticipated. Robert of Gloucester's forces, despite their courage and determination, found themselves overwhelmed by the superior numbers and strategic positioning of Queen Matilda's army. What had begun as a planned fighting withdrawal gradually deteriorated into a desperate rearguard action as Robert attempted to buy time for his sister's escape while preventing the complete destruction of their remaining military forces. The moment when Robert himself was taken prisoner marked both the tactical climax of the battle and the beginning of a new phase in the political conflict that had torn England apart for the previous 2 years. The capture of Matilda's half-brother and principal military commander represented a strategic disaster that would force fundamental reconsiderations of the entire campaign for her restoration to power. For Empress Matilda, learning of Robert's capture, while she herself remained free but isolated, created an agonizing personal and political dilemma. Robert was not only her most trusted advisor and most capable military commander, but also her beloved half-brother, whose loyalty and support had never wavered throughout the long years of struggle. The thought of abandoning him to enemy captivity was almost unbearable. Yet she also understood that his sacrifice had been made precisely to preserve her freedom and the possibility of continuing their cause. The news of Robert's capture quickly reached Stephen's supporters throughout England, providing them with their first genuine cause for celebration since their king's defeat at Lincoln earlier in the year. More importantly, it also created the possibility of a prisoner exchange that might resolve the deadlock that had paralyzed English politics since Stephen's own capture and imprisonment. The negotiations that followed were conducted through intermediaries, as both sides recognized the enormous stakes involved in any potential exchange of prisoners. Queen Matilda of Boulogne was determined to secure her husband's release, while Empress Matilda faced the impossible choice between her brother's freedom and her own political ambitions. The terms of the exchange, when they were finally agreed upon in November 1141, reflected the brutal realities of medieval politics, rather than any considerations of justice or legitimacy. Stephen would be released from his imprisonment in Bristol Castle and restored to his throne, while Robert would be freed to rejoin his sister's forces. The careful legal and constitutional arguments that had surrounded Matilda's proclamation as Lady of the English were swept aside by the practical necessity of securing Robert's freedom. The formal ceremony of prisoner exchange took place with all the dignity that both sides could muster, but the political implications of this transaction were clear to all observers. Matilda's recognition as Lady of the English, achieved through military victory and ecclesiastical proclamation, was being effectively negated through a simple trade of captives that restored the status quo ante bellum. For Stephen, his release from captivity and restoration to the throne represented a remarkable reversal of fortune that demonstrated both the unpredictable nature of medieval politics and the resilience that had enabled him to survive nearly 6 years of civil war. However, his return to power also revealed the fundamental weaknesses that had made his reign so vulnerable to challenge in the first place. The prisoner exchange of November 1141 marked the effective end of Matilda's brief period of recognized authority over England, but it did not end her determination to claim her rightful inheritance. Instead, it transformed the conflict from a struggle between a recognized queen and a captive usurper into a more traditional civil war between competing claimants, each controlling different parts of the kingdom, and each determined to achieve final victory over their rival. As the winter of 1142 settled over the English countryside, bringing with it the kind of bitter cold that made military campaigns nearly impossible and forced even the most determined warriors to seek shelter in castles and fortified towns, both Stephen and Matilda had time to contemplate the dramatic reversals of fortune that had characterized the previous year. The prisoner exchange that had restored Stephen to his throne and freed Robert of Gloucester had reset the terms of their conflict without resolving its fundamental issues. For Stephen, his restoration to freedom and royal authority provided an opportunity to demonstrate the kind of decisive leadership that his supporters had long hoped to see from their king. The humiliation of his capture and imprisonment at Bristol had damaged his reputation throughout England and beyond, creating doubt about his military capabilities and encouraging defections to Matilda's cause. Only through successful military action could he hope to restore confidence in his leadership and secure his hold on the throne. The strategic situation that Stephen faced upon his restoration was both promising and challenging. While he had regained control of London and much of eastern England, Matilda's forces still controlled significant territories in the West Country, and her claim to legitimacy remained strong enough to attract continued support from nobles who questioned the validity of his original seizure of power. Stephen's decision to launch a major offensive against Matilda's remaining strongholds reflected both sound military strategy and personal necessity. He understood that allowing his rival to maintain secure bases from which she could launch future campaigns would mean accepting a permanent division of the kingdom that would ultimately undermine the authority of whoever claimed to be England's rightful ruler. The target that Stephen selected for his campaign was Oxford, the ancient university town that had served as one of Matilda's most important headquarters throughout the Civil War. Oxford's strategic location in the Thames Valley made it a crucial link between Matilda's western strongholds and any potential supporters in the eastern parts of the kingdom. More importantly, intelligence reports suggested that Matilda herself was currently residing in Oxford Castle, creating the possibility that a successful siege might end the war by capturing the rival claimant herself. The forces that Stephen assembled for the Oxford campaign represented the largest army he had commanded since the disaster at Lincoln, more than a year earlier. Drawing upon the loyalty of nobles who had remained faithful to his cause and the resources of territories that had never accepted Matilda's authority, Stephen created a formidable military machine that seemed capable of overwhelming any resistance that his enemies might offer. The approach march to Oxford was conducted with the kind of careful planning and aggressive execution that demonstrated Stephen's genuine military talents when he was properly motivated and adequately supported, rather than allowing Matilda's forces time to prepare comprehensive defences or summon reinforcements. Stephen moved with remarkable speed, covering the distance from London to Oxford in just a few days, and arriving before the city's defenders had fully grasped the scope of the threat they faced. The initial assault on Oxford demonstrated both the effectiveness of Stephen's tactical planning and the vulnerability of Matilda's position. The city's outer defences, while substantial, were not designed to withstand the kind of concentrated attack that Stephen's experienced forces were capable of delivering. Within hours of his arrival, Stephen had breached the city walls and established control over most of Oxford, forcing Matilda and her remaining supporters to retreat into the castle itself. Oxford Castle, while formidable, was not impregnable, and Stephen's engineers quickly began the methodical process of preparing for a prolonged siege. Siege engines were constructed, supply lines established, and defensive positions prepared to prevent any attempt at relief by Matilda's forces from other parts of the kingdom. Stephen clearly intended to maintain his siege for however long it took to force his rival's surrender or capture. For Matilda, finding herself trapped in Oxford Castle with only a small force of loyal supporters, the situation appeared desperate in the extreme. The castle's walls were strong and its food stores adequate for a short siege, but there was little prospect of relief from external sources, as most of her major supporters were either too distant to provide effective assistance or too heavily engaged in defending their own territories to risk weakening their positions. The psychological pressure of the siege was perhaps even more challenging than the physical hardships it imposed. Matilda had spent years fighting for recognition as England's rightful ruler, had briefly achieved acknowledgement of her claim, and had seen that recognition slip away through a combination of political miscalculations and military reverses. Now she faced the possibility that her entire cause might end not in glorious battle, but in the simple reality of starvation and surrender. The onset of winter made the conditions within the besieged castle increasingly difficult. Food supplies, while carefully rationed, were gradually declining, and the constant stress of knowing that capture or death might come at any moment took its toll on both morale and health. Several of Matilda's companions urged her to consider negotiating with Stephen for terms that might preserve her life and dignity, while acknowledging his ultimate authority over the kingdom. Yet even in these desperate circumstances, Matilda's response revealed the indomitable spirit that had sustained her through years of struggle and exile. She rejected all suggestions of surrender, declaring that she would rather die as England's rightful heir than live as Stephen's pardoned subject. Her determination to continue the fight, even when surrounded by enemies and facing apparently hopeless odds, inspired those around her and demonstrated the kind of personal courage that had made her such a formidable political opponent. As the siege extended through October and into November, both sides settled into the grim routine that characterized medieval warfare at its most methodical and brutal. Stephen's forces maintained their careful watch over every entrance to the castle, while Matilda's defenders rationed their dwindling supplies and prepared for what seemed likely to be a final desperate defense when their food stores were exhausted. The first snows of winter began falling in late November, transforming the siege from merely difficult to genuinely dangerous for both attackers and defenders. The bitter cold made military operations increasingly challenging, while the shortened days and frequent storms created opportunities for the kind of desperate gambits that might not be feasible under better conditions. It was during one of these harsh December nights that Matilda and her closest advisors began seriously considering the possibility of escape. The plan they eventually developed was so audacious and dangerous that it seemed almost impossible to execute successfully. Yet the alternatives, surrender, capture, or death, were even less acceptable to a woman who had spent her entire adult life fighting for her rightful inheritance. The escape plan that took shape during those dark December days required careful coordination, perfect timing, and enormous personal courage from all involved. Matilda would need to descend from the castle walls using ropes, make her way through Stephen's siege lines without detection, and then travel on foot through several miles of hostile territory to reach the nearest friendly stronghold. The choice of clothing for the escape attempt proved crucial to its success. By dressing entirely in white, including a heavy cloak that would provide both warmth and camouflage, Matilda hoped to blend into the snowy landscape and avoid detection by Stephen's sentries. This practical decision to use the winter weather as concealment would later be remembered as one of the most romantic and dramatic elements of her entire story. The night selected for the escape attempt was December 14th, 1142, when heavy snowfall and bitter cold made visibility extremely poor and encouraged even the most dedicated sentries to seek whatever shelter they could find. These conditions provided the best possible circumstances for an attempt that would require Matilda to move undetected through enemy lines and across open countryside. The winter night of December 14th, 1142, brought to Oxford the kind of bitter cold and heavy snowfall that made even the hardiest soldiers question their dedication to military duty. Inside Stephen's siege lines surrounding Oxford Castle, sentries huddled around their fires and pulled their cloaks tighter against the wind, their attention focused more on staying warm than on watching for impossible escape attempts from the thoroughly surrounded fortress. Within the castle itself, the small band of defenders who remained loyal to Matilda prepared for what they all understood might be their final desperate gambit. The food supplies that had sustained them through months of siege were nearly exhausted, and there was no realistic prospect of relief from friendly forces. The choice had become simple and stark. Attempt an escape so dangerous it bordered on madness, or face certain capture when hunger finally forced their surrender. The preparations for Matilda's escape were conducted in absolute secrecy, with only her most trusted companions aware of the plan's details. Even within the castle's small garrison, knowledge of the attempt was limited to those who would play direct roles in its execution, for a single betrayer or careless word could doom the entire enterprise and ensure that Stephen's forces would be waiting to capture England's would-be queen as she attempted to flee. The physical preparations were as important as the secrecy surrounding them. Strong ropes had to be prepared and tested to ensure they could support Matilda's weight during her descent from the castle walls. Warm clothing was assembled in colours that would blend with the snowy landscape, while provisions were gathered for what promised to be a long and dangerous journey through hostile territory. Perhaps most crucially, arrangements had to be made with the few remaining supporters outside Oxford who might be able to provide assistance during Matilda's escape attempt. Messages were secretly conveyed to Brian Fitzcount at Wallingford Castle, alerting him to watch for Matilda's arrival and prepare to provide the sanctuary that would be essential for her survival. These communications required extraordinary care, as Stephen's forces were intercepting all normal traffic to and from the besieged castle. As the appointed night approached, those involved in the escape attempt must have felt the weight of history pressing upon their shoulders. The success or failure of this single, desperate venture would determine not just Matilda's personal fate, but potentially the entire future of England's monarchy. If she was captured during the attempt, her cause would die with her imprisonment. If she succeeded in escaping, the civil war would continue with all its attendant costs in blood and suffering. The descent from Oxford Castle's walls began shortly after midnight, when the combination of darkness, falling snow, and bitter cold provided the best possible concealment for Matilda's movements. The technique required her to be lowered by rope from St. George's Tower, the castle's tallest structure, while her companions maintained careful watch for any signs that Stephen's sentries had detected unusual activity. The physical demands of the descent were enormous, requiring not only courage, but genuine, athletic ability from a woman who was now 40 years old and had spent months under the stress of siege conditions. The rope burned her hands despite the thick gloves she wore, while the wind threatened to slam her against the stone walls with potentially fatal force. Yet she continued downward, knowing that any sound or sudden movement might alert the besieging forces to her escape attempt. When Matilda's feet finally touched the ground outside Oxford Castle's walls, she found herself in the most dangerous position of her entire life. She was now outside the relative safety of the castle's defences, but she had not yet reached the territory controlled by her own supporters. Between her current location and the safety of Wallingford lay several miles of countryside patrolled by Stephen's forces and inhabited by people whose loyalties were uncertain at best. The white clothing that had been so carefully chosen for this escape proved its worth immediately. Against the snow-covered landscape, Matilda's figure was nearly invisible to anyone more than a few yards away, while the heavy cloak that covered her from head to foot provided both warmth and an additional layer of concealment. Moving carefully from shadow to shadow, she began making her way through the siege lines that had held her prisoner for nearly 3 months. The journey through Stephen's army camps was a nightmare of careful movement and constant terror. At any moment, a sentry might notice something unusual. A dog might bark at an unfamiliar scent, or simple bad luck might place her directly in the path of a patrol making its rounds. Yet somehow, protected by darkness, snowfall, and her own careful preparation, Matilda managed to slip through the lines that had seemed to make her escape impossible. Once clear of Stephen's immediate siege works, Matilda faced the even more daunting challenge of crossing several miles of open countryside in conditions that would have challenged experienced travellers under normal circumstances. The deep snow made walking difficult and exhausting, while the bitter cold threatened frostbite for anyone who remained exposed for extended periods. Yet she pressed forward, driven by the knowledge that capture now would mean not just personal disaster, but the collapse of everything she had fought to achieve. The route that Matilda followed during her escape took her along the frozen River Thames, whose icy surface provided relatively easy travel, but also exposed her to the wind and weather without any protection from trees or buildings. Contemporary chroniclers would later describe her walking on the frozen water itself, though it seems more likely that she followed paths along the riverbank that were made easier to navigate by the flat terrain. As dawn approached and the snowfall began to lessen, Matilda's situation became increasingly desperate. Daylight would make concealment far more difficult, while her white clothing would become less effective camouflage if the sun emerged from behind the clouds. She needed to reach friendly territory quickly, or risk discovery by Stephen's patrols, who would undoubtedly be searching for her as soon as her escape was discovered. The final miles of Matilda's journey to safety tested her physical endurance to its absolute limits. The combination of extreme cold, deep snow, and the nervous exhaustion that came from hours of constant danger had drained her strength nearly completely. Yet she continued forward, sustained by the same determination that had carried her through years of political struggle and military campaigning. when Matilda finally reached the outer defences of Wallingford Castle, she was barely conscious from cold and exhaustion. The sentries who first spotted her approach initially took her for a beggar or refugee. So dramatically had the night's ordeal transformed the appearance of the woman who claimed to be England's rightful queen. Only when she identified herself did they realise the magnitude of what had occurred. The impossible escape had succeeded, and England's civil war would continue. The news of Matilda's escape from Oxford reached Stephen's forces the following morning, creating a mixture of shock, admiration, and frustration among men who had believed their enemy was finally trapped beyond any possibility of rescue. The discovery that their supposedly secure siege had been penetrated by a single woman's desperate courage dealt a significant blow to morale and raised questions about the competence of the officers responsible for maintaining the siege lines. For Matilda's supporters throughout England, news of her miraculous escape provided the first cause for genuine celebration in months. The woman who had seemed doomed to capture or surrender had instead demonstrated the kind of personal courage and resourcefulness that proved her worthiness to rule England. More practically, her successful escape meant that the civil war would continue, with all the opportunities and dangers that such continuation implied. The legend that immediately began growing around Matilda's escape would outlive all the other events of the Civil War, capturing the imagination of chroniclers and storytellers for centuries to come. The image of England's would-be queen descending castle walls in the dead of winter, slipping through enemy lines dressed all in white, and walking miles through snow and ice to reach safety, became one of medieval England's most enduring and romantic stories. The miraculous escape from Oxford Castle that winter night in 1142 immediately began its transformation from historical event into the realm of legend and romance. Within days of Matilda's arrival at Wallingford, stories of her dramatic flight were spreading throughout England and beyond, carried by travellers, merchants, and messengers who understood that they were witnessing one of the most extraordinary episodes in the long annals of royal history. The chroniclers of the period, normally restrained in their language and sceptical of dramatic claims, found themselves struggling to describe adequately the audacity and success of Matilda's escape. Henry of Huntingdon wrote of her crossing the frozen Thames, clothed in white garments, which reflected and resembled the snow, deceiving the eyes of the besiegers. The Gesta Stephani described her journey as accomplished in a wondrous fashion, through 6 miles of heavy snow and ice. These contemporary accounts, while varying in their specific details, agreed on the essential elements that would make Matilda's escape legendary: the rope descent from Oxford Castle's walls, the white camouflage against the snow, the passage through enemy lines, and the long walk through winter weather to reach safety. Each chronicler added his own touches to emphasize different aspects of the story, but all recognized that they were recording an event of extraordinary courage and historical significance. The speed with which the story spread and evolved reflected both the dramatic nature of the events themselves and their symbolic importance for the broader conflict between Stephen and Matilda. For her supporters, the successful escape demonstrated divine favour for her cause and proof of the personal qualities that made her worthy of queenship. For Stephen's supporters, it represented a humiliating failure that raised questions about their military competence and the strength of their position. International reaction to news of the escape was similarly dramatic, with foreign courts expressing amazement at the English Empress's courage and resourcefulness. The Holy Roman Empire, where Matilda had once ruled as regent, took particular pride in the achievements of their former empress, while French nobles saw in her escape confirmation of the romantic ideals of chivalric literature that were beginning to flourish in their courts. The immediate practical consequences of Matilda's escape were almost as significant as its symbolic impact. Her successful flight to Wallingford meant that Stephen's siege of Oxford, which had consumed enormous resources and occupied his best forces for months, had failed to achieve its primary objective. Rather than capturing his rival and ending the war, Stephen found himself in the position of having invested heavily in a campaign that had ultimately strengthened his enemy's reputation while depleting his own military resources. The garrison of Oxford Castle, left behind when Matilda made her escape, faced the choice between continuing a now hopeless defence or negotiating surrender terms with Stephen's forces. Their decision to surrender the following day was perhaps inevitable, but it also meant that Stephen gained control of an important strategic position even while losing the prize he had most hoped to capture. For Matilda herself, the psychological impact of her successful escape may have been even more important than its military consequences. After months of feeling trapped and helpless, she had proved to herself and to the world that she possessed the courage and resourcefulness to overcome seemingly impossible obstacles. The woman who had once governed Italian territories as imperial regent had now demonstrated that she could match the most demanding requirements of medieval warfare and survival. The recovery period that followed Matilda's arrival at Wallingford provided time for both physical recuperation and strategic planning. The ordeal of her escape had taken a severe toll on her health, requiring weeks of careful nursing before she regained her full strength. During this time, her supporters used the dramatic story of her escape to rally additional support and encourage defections from Stephen's cause. Brian Fitzcount, the Lord of Wallingford, who had provided Matilda with sanctuary, played a crucial role in both her immediate recovery and her longer-term strategic planning. His castle was one of the strongest in England, positioned on the Thames in a location that controlled important transportation routes while providing a secure base for future operations. Under his protection, Matilda could safely plan her next moves without fear of surprise attack. The reunion with Robert of Gloucester, who had been released from captivity as part of the prisoner exchange several months earlier, provided Matilda with both emotional comfort and practical military expertise. Robert had used his time in captivity to study Stephen's strengths and weaknesses, gathering intelligence that would prove valuable in planning future campaigns. His analysis of the strategic situation suggested that while Stephen had gained some advantages from Matilda's forced departure from Oxford, the fundamental balance of power remained roughly equal. The winter months following the Oxford escape were marked by intensive diplomatic activity, as both sides sought to capitalize on recent events to build broader coalitions of support. Matilda's dramatic flight had enhanced her reputation for courage and determination, qualities that resonated with nobles who valued personal bravery and military prowess. Stephen's failure to capture his rival despite overwhelming tactical advantages raised questions about his effectiveness as a military leader and his to bring the civil war to a successful conclusion. Perhaps most importantly, Matilda's escape had demonstrated that the civil war was far from over, and that neither side possessed the decisive advantages necessary to force their opponent's surrender. This realization began to influence the calculations of nobles on both sides, as men who had hoped for quick resolution of the conflict were forced to contemplate the possibility of years of continued warfare with all its attendant costs and uncertainties. The dramatic escape from Oxford Castle, while providing Matilda with renewed hope and her supporters with inspirational proof of her extraordinary courage, did not fundamentally alter the military and political balance that had characterized the English Civil War since Stephen's restoration to freedom. As 1143 dawned over a kingdom divided between competing claimants, it became increasingly clear that neither side possessed the decisive advantages necessary to achieve final victory over their rivals. The territorial divisions that emerged during this period created what amounted to two separate kingdoms existing uneasily within England's traditional boundaries. Stephen maintained control over London, the crucial southeastern counties, and much of the Midlands, giving him access to the kingdom's wealthiest regions and most important administrative centres. Matilda, meanwhile, held sway over much of the southwest, including the vital port cities that connected England to her husband Geoffrey's continental territories. This division of England into competing spheres of influence created unprecedented challenges for both sides. Medieval royal government depended upon the unquestioned authority of a single monarch, who could command obedience throughout the realm, collect taxes from all territories, and coordinate defense against external threats. The existence of two rival courts, each claiming legitimate authority and each controlling significant resources, undermined these fundamental assumptions about how kingdoms functioned. The practical consequences of this division were felt most acutely by the ordinary people of England, who found themselves subject to conflicting demands for loyalty, taxation, and military service from competing authorities. Merchants faced the challenge of conducting trade across boundaries that shifted with military fortune, while peasants discovered that the protection traditionally provided by royal authority was no longer reliable or consistent. Local nobles, particularly those whose territories lay along the uncertain boundaries between Stephen's and Matilda's spheres of control, found themselves in especially difficult positions. Some attempted to maintain neutrality by avoiding commitments to either side, while others sought to maximize their own advantages by changing allegiances as circumstances dictated. A few, recognizing the opportunities presented by royal weakness, effectively established themselves as independent rulers within their own territories. The phenomenon of adulterine castles, unauthorized fortifications built without royal permission, became increasingly common during this period as local lords sought to protect their interests in an environment where central authority was weak or divided. These castles served both as defensive strongholds and as bases for private armies that owed allegiance only to their immediate lords, rather than to any broader concept of royal authority. For Matilda personally, the years following her escape from Oxford were marked by a gradual shift from active military campaigning to the more patient work of diplomatic maneuvering and coalition building. While she never abandoned her determination to claim her rightful inheritance, she began to recognize that military victory alone would not be sufficient to establish stable and legitimate royal authority throughout England. The birth of her youngest son, William, in 1136, had provided her with additional motivation for continuing the struggle, as she now fought not just for her own rights, but for the inheritance that should belong to her children. The presence of young Henry, now approaching his 10th birthday, in her court, served as a constant reminder that her cause transcended personal ambition and involved the fundamental question of dynastic succession. Geoffrey Plantagenet's campaigns in Normandy during this period provided crucial support for his wife's English ambitions, while also demonstrating the broader European implications of the English succession crisis. By systematically conquering Norman territories that had previously supported Stephen's authority, Geoffrey was creating a continental power base that would ultimately prove decisive in determining the war's outcome. The fall of Rouen to Geoffrey's forces in 1144 marked a particularly significant milestone in this continental campaign, as control of Normandy's capital city provided both symbolic legitimacy and practical advantages that strengthened Matilda's overall position. The wealth and military resources of Normandy, combined with Geoffrey's existing Angevin territories, created a formidable power base that could sustain the English campaign indefinitely. Stephen's response to these continental setbacks revealed both his strategic limitations and his fundamental dependence upon English resources for maintaining his authority. Unlike his rivals, who could draw upon the combined resources of Anjou, Normandy, and their English territories, Stephen's power base was essentially limited to the portions of England that remained under his control. This disparity became increasingly significant as the war dragged on, and both sides faced mounting financial and military pressures. The Church's position during these years of stalemate became increasingly complex and politically important. While most English bishops had initially supported Stephen's authority, the prolonged nature of the conflict and the evident legitimacy of some of Matilda's claims began to create divisions within ecclesiastical ranks. The desire for peace and stability, which was fundamental to the Church's interests, made many churchmen increasingly open to compromise solutions that might end the destructive warfare. International opinion also began to shift during this period, as European rulers, who had initially been content to watch England's civil war from a distance, began to recognize its implications for the broader balance of power in Western Europe. The success of Geoffrey's Norman campaigns in particular demonstrated that the English conflict was creating opportunities for territorial reorganization that might ultimately affect the security of neighboring kingdoms. As 1147 approached, bringing with it news of Robert of Gloucester's death from natural causes, both sides were forced to confront the reality that the conflict that had begun with such apparent clarity in 1135 had evolved into something far more complex and protracted than anyone had anticipated. The simple question of who should rightfully rule England had become entangled with broader issues of feudal obligation, territorial control, and dynastic succession that defied easy resolution through military action alone. The death of Robert of Gloucester in October 1147 marked the end of an era in England's civil war, removing from the conflict one of its most capable military commanders and Matilda's most trusted advisor. Robert had been far more than just another noble supporter. He was the strategic architect of Matilda's military campaigns, the diplomatic bridge between competing factions within her coalition, and the steady hand that had guided her cause through its darkest moments. For Matilda, the loss of her half-brother represented both a personal tragedy and a political crisis of the first magnitude. Robert's death came at a time when her cause had already been weakened by years of inconclusive warfare and the gradual erosion of support among nobles who had grown weary of the conflict's costs. Without his military expertise and political guidance, she faced the prospect of continuing her struggle with significantly diminished prospects for ultimate success. The immediate consequence of Robert's death was Matilda's decision to return to Normandy, effectively ending her active participation in English military campaigns while leaving the continuation of her cause to her son Henry, who was now approaching his 14th birthday. This withdrawal from England marked a crucial transition in the nature of the succession conflict, transforming it from a struggle between two rival claimants into a generational contest between an aging king and an ambitious young prince. Henry Plantagenet's emergence as the active leader of his mother's cause brought fresh energy and new perspectives to a conflict that had seemed trapped in stalemate for nearly a decade. Unlike his mother, who carried the burden of years of disappointed hopes and bitter setbacks, Henry approached the English situation with the optimism and confidence of youth, convinced that the combination of his legitimate inheritance and military skill would ultimately prevail over Stephen's weakening authority. The young prince's first military expedition to England in 1147 ended in failure, but it served the important purpose of demonstrating his commitment to pressing his family's claims, while also revealing the magnitude of the challenges he faced. Stephen's decision to pay off Henry's unpaid mercenaries, allowing the prince to return safely to Normandy, was seen by many as an act of chivalric generosity, but it also suggested a king who preferred diplomatic solutions to the harsh realities of military conquest. The years that followed saw significant changes in the balance of power that had sustained England's civil war for more than a decade. Geoffrey's death in 1151 brought Henry into full control of the Angevin inheritance, making him not just a claimant to the English throne, but also one of the most powerful territorial lords in France. His marriage to Eleanor of Aquitaine in 1152 added her vast southwestern French territories to his already impressive holdings, creating a continental empire that dwarfed Stephen's English kingdom in both size and resources. By 1153, when Henry launched what would prove to be his final invasion of England, the strategic situation had been transformed in ways that made Stephen's long-term position increasingly untenable. The young Angevin prince commanded resources that far exceeded anything available to the English king, while his legitimate claim to the throne provided a focus for all those who remained dissatisfied with Stephen's rule. The crucial difference in this final phase of the conflict was the war weariness that had spread throughout English society after nearly 2 decades of civil warfare. Nobles, who had once been willing to fight enthusiastically for their chosen claimant, now showed increasing reluctance to engage in battles that seemed only to perpetuate the cycle of destruction without bringing resolution any closer. This general exhaustion with warfare created opportunities for the kind of negotiated settlement that had previously seemed impossible. Both Stephen and Henry faced pressure from their own supporters to find some honourable way to end a conflict that was consuming the kingdom's resources while preventing the effective governance that medieval society required for prosperity and security. The death of Stephen's son Eustace in August 1153 removed the final major obstacle to a negotiated settlement by eliminating Stephen's own dynastic motivation for continuing the struggle. With his designated heir dead, and his remaining son William showing little interest in pursuing royal ambitions, Stephen could contemplate ending the civil war without feeling that he was betraying his family's future prospects. The preliminary negotiations that led to the Treaty of Wallingford were conducted through intermediaries, allowing both sides to explore possible compromises without the political risks associated with direct negotiations between the principals. The Church played a particularly important role in these discussions, with Archbishop Theobald of Canterbury serving as a crucial mediator whose religious authority provided legitimacy for the eventual agreement. As the 1150s dawned over an England exhausted by nearly 2 decades of civil war, a new generation of leaders was emerging who had spent their formative years witnessing the costs of prolonged conflict and the limitations of purely military solutions to political problems. Chief among these was Henry Plantagenet, who at 20 years of age commanded resources and territories that made him one of medieval Europe's most formidable rulers, yet who approached the English situation with a political maturity that reflected hard-won lessons about the complexities of governance and diplomacy. Henry's character had been shaped by experiences that few of his royal contemporaries could match. As the son of competing claimants to the English throne, he had grown up in an atmosphere of constant political tension and military preparation. His education had been conducted not in the peaceful environment of a secure court, but amid the urgent realities of disputed succession, shifting alliances, and the ever-present possibility that military defeat might mean exile, imprisonment, or death. The territorial inheritance that Henry commanded by 1152 was unprecedented in its scope and diversity. From his father Geoffrey, he had inherited the counties of Anjou and Maine, prosperous territories that controlled crucial trade routes along the Loire River. His mother's claim to the English throne, while still contested, provided him with a legitimate basis for royal authority that transcended mere territorial possession. Most significantly, his marriage to Eleanor of Aquitaine had brought him control over vast southwestern French territories that made him a more powerful territorial lord than the King of France himself. Eleanor of Aquitaine's decision to marry Henry represented one of the most consequential political alliances of the medieval period. Her divorce from King Louis VII of France, followed within months by her marriage to Louis's most dangerous rival, fundamentally altered the balance of power in Western Europe, while providing Henry with both the resources and the prestige necessary to press his claims to the English throne with unprecedented authority. The couple's wedding in May 1152 was a relatively modest affair compared to the magnificent ceremonies that had marked Matilda's earlier marriages, but its political implications were far more significant than any amount of ceremonial splendor could have conveyed. The union created what historians would later call the Angevin Empire, a collection of territories that stretched from the Scottish border to the Pyrenees and represented the largest concentration of power in Western Europe since Charlemagne's empire 3 centuries earlier. Henry's approach to the English situation reflected both his youth and his growing political sophistication. Unlike his mother, who had been forced to fight for recognition of her legitimate inheritance, Henry possessed resources that made negotiation from a position of strength possible. His continental territories provided him with a secure power base that could not be threatened by English military action, while his legitimate claim to the throne gave him moral authority that transcended simple territorial possession. The young prince's decision to launch what would prove to be his final invasion of England in January 1153 was based on careful calculation rather than desperate necessity. Intelligence reports suggested that Stephen's support was eroding rapidly, particularly among younger nobles who saw little future in continuing to support an aging king whose heir had died unexpectedly. More importantly, Henry's continental successes had demonstrated his military capabilities while his diplomatic achievements had proved his political maturity. The army that Henry brought to England in 1153 was significantly larger and better equipped than his previous expedition, reflecting both his improved resources and his determination to achieve decisive results. Unlike earlier campaigns that had been limited by financial constraints and uncertain continental support, this invasion was mounted with the full backing of the Angevin territories and the implicit support of King Louis VII, who saw an opportunity to weaken his English rival by encouraging Henry's success. The English response to Henry's invasion revealed the extent to which Stephen's position had deteriorated during the previous 6 years. Several major nobles immediately declared their support for Henry's cause, while others remained neutral rather than actively opposing him. Most significantly, many of Stephen's previously loyal supporters showed reluctance to engage in the kind of aggressive military action that might have contained the invasion in its early stages. The confrontation that developed around Wallingford Castle in the late summer of 1153 brought together the largest armies that had been assembled during the entire Civil War period. Stephen, recognizing that this might represent his final opportunity to defeat Henry's challenge decisively, gathered forces from throughout his remaining territories. Henry, equally aware of the crucial nature of this confrontation, concentrated the full strength of his invasion army in preparation for what both sides anticipated would be the war's climactic battle. Yet when the two armies finally faced each other across the Thames near Wallingford, the long-anticipated decisive battle never took place. Instead, a combination of war weariness among the common soldiers, reluctance among the noble commanders to risk everything in a single engagement, and active intervention by church leaders created conditions that favored negotiation over continued warfare. The preliminary discussions that took place between representatives of both armies revealed the extent to which attitudes toward the Civil War had changed during its long duration. Nobles who had once been willing to stake everything on military victory now showed greater interest in finding honorable compromises that would end the fighting, while preserving their essential interests and dignity. The confrontation that developed around Wallingford in the summer of 1153 represented the closest that England's civil war had come to decisive resolution through military action since the Battle of Lincoln more than 12 years earlier. Both Stephen and Henry understood that the outcome of this campaign would likely determine not just the immediate control of strategic territories, but the ultimate resolution of the dynastic struggle that had torn the kingdom apart for nearly 2 decades. Stephen's army, while substantial, revealed many of the underlying weaknesses that had plagued his reign throughout the Civil War period. Many of his noble supporters were present more from feudal obligation than personal enthusiasm, and their commitment to his cause had been eroded by years of inconclusive warfare and the obvious strength of Henry's continental position. More critically, Stephen's forces were composed primarily of older men, whose military experience dated to the early phases of the conflict, while Henry's army included significant numbers of younger knights who had been trained in the more recent continental campaigns. The strategic position around Wallingford itself favoured defensive operations, with the castle controlling crucial river crossings and the surrounding terrain offering numerous opportunities for the kind of siege warfare that had characterised much of the Civil War. However, both commanders understood that a prolonged siege would likely favour Henry, whose continental resources could sustain extended operations, while Stephen's primarily English support base was already showing signs of exhaustion. As the two armies manoeuvred for advantage during the late summer months, a series of preliminary skirmishes revealed the professional quality of Henry's forces, while also demonstrating the continued loyalty of Stephen's core supporters. These smaller engagements, while not decisive in themselves, provided both sides with intelligence about their opponent's capabilities and intentions, while also testing the resolve of nobles whose loyalty might prove crucial in any major battle. The most significant of these preliminary engagements took place in early August, when advance forces from both armies clashed near the village of Crowmarsh, just across the Thames from Wallingford itself. The fighting was fierce but inconclusive, with both sides suffering casualties while failing to achieve clear tactical advantages. However, the battle's aftermath revealed important information about the morale and commitment of troops on both sides. Henry's forces, despite being far from their continental bases, showed remarkable cohesion and discipline during and after the Crowmarsh engagement. The young prince's personal leadership during the fighting had impressed both his own followers and neutral observers, while his treatment of prisoners and wounded enemies demonstrated the kind of chivalric courtesy that enhanced his reputation among the English nobility. Stephen's response to the Crowmarsh engagement, while tactically competent, revealed some of the personal and political pressures that were beginning to affect his leadership. The king's advancing age and the accumulated stress of nearly 20 years of civil war had begun to take their toll on his physical condition, while the recent death of his son Eustace had removed much of his personal motivation for continuing the struggle. As September arrived and both armies settled into positions around Wallingford, it became increasingly clear that neither commander was eager to risk everything in the kind of decisive battle that might have been welcomed in the war's earlier phases. The stakes were simply too high, and the potential consequences of defeat too catastrophic for either side to gamble their entire cause on a single military engagement. This mutual reluctance to force a decisive confrontation created opportunities for the kind of mediated settlement that had previously seemed impossible. Church leaders, led by Archbishop Theobald of Canterbury, began shuttling between the two armies, carrying messages and exploring possibilities for negotiated resolution of the conflict that had caused such suffering throughout the kingdom. The religious dimension of these peace negotiations was crucial, as both Stephen and Henry needed to find ways to end their conflict that would preserve their honour and dignity, while also providing some degree of legitimacy for whatever settlement they eventually reached. The Church's involvement provided both moral authority and practical mechanisms for the kind of complex negotiations that would be necessary to resolve such a long-standing and bitter dispute. The preliminary terms that began to emerge from these discussions reflected the military and political realities that both sides faced as the autumn of 1153 approached. Stephen would retain the throne for the remainder of his natural life, preserving his royal dignity and acknowledging the legitimacy of his nearly 20-year reign. Henry would be recognized as Stephen's heir, ensuring the eventual success of his dynastic claims, while also providing England with clear succession arrangements that would prevent future civil wars. On a crisp November morning in 1153, as autumn leaves carpeted the grounds around Winchester Cathedral, two men who had spent years as bitter enemies prepared to make the peace that would finally end England's long civil war. The negotiations that had begun around the siege lines at Wallingford had evolved into something far more significant than a simple military truce. They had become the foundation for a comprehensive settlement that would reshape the English monarchy and establish the basis for political stability that had been absent from the kingdom for nearly 2 decades. The formal signing of what would become known as the Treaty of Wallingford took place on November 6, 1153, in the presence of the most important nobles and church leaders from throughout England. The ceremony itself was designed to emphasize both the solemnity of the commitments being made and the broad consensus that supported this resolution of the dynastic conflict that had divided the kingdom for so long. Archbishop Theobald of Canterbury, whose mediation had been crucial in bringing the negotiations to successful conclusion, presided over the treaty ceremony with the full authority of his ecclesiastical office. His blessing of the agreement provided religious legitimacy for arrangements that represented significant compromises by both principles, while his presence ensured that any future violations of the treaty terms would carry spiritual as well as political consequences. The terms of the treaty reflected the complex political realities that both Stephen and Henry faced as they sought to end their conflict honourably, while also preparing for England's future governance. Stephen's recognition as legitimate king for the remainder of his life preserved his royal dignity and acknowledged the reality of his nearly 20-year reign, while also providing stability during a crucial transition period. Henry's acknowledgement as Stephen's heir resolved the succession crisis that had originally precipitated the Civil War, while also ensuring that Matilda's dynastic claims would ultimately be vindicated through her son's inheritance. This arrangement satisfied the legal and moral arguments that had sustained her cause throughout the long years of struggle, while also providing England with clear succession arrangements that would prevent future disputes. The financial provisions of the treaty were particularly important for ensuring its successful implementation. Stephen agreed to provide Henry with substantial territories and revenues that would give him both the resources and the practical experience in English governance necessary for his eventual transition to royal authority. These arrangements included strategic castles, important administrative centres, and wealthy estates that would make Henry one of England's most powerful magnates even before he inherited the throne. The military aspects of the settlement required careful attention to the practical realities of ending a civil war that had created deep divisions throughout English society. The treaty established procedures for the surrender of unauthorized castles, the disbandment of private armies, and the restoration of royal authority in territories that had effectively operated as independent principalities during the years of conflict. Perhaps most importantly, the treaty included provisions for reconciling the numerous nobles who had supported different sides during the Civil War. Stephen and Henry Both understood that lasting peace would require the integration of former enemies into a unified political structure, necessitating careful attention to questions of land tenure, judicial authority, and administrative appointments that would affect the daily lives of thousands of people throughout the kingdom. The public ceremony that marked the treaty's formal conclusion was designed to demonstrate the genuine nature of the reconciliation between Stephen and Henry, while also providing symbolic reassurance to a population that had grown weary of dynastic conflict. The two men embraced publicly, exchanged ceremonial gifts, and participated in religious services that emphasized their shared commitment to England's welfare and their mutual respect despite years of opposition. Contemporary chroniclers were unanimous in their praise for the dignity and statesmanship that both principals displayed during the treaty negotiations and signing ceremony. Stephen's willingness to acknowledge Henry as his heir was seen as evidence of his genuine concern for England's future stability, while Henry's acceptance of Stephen's continued kingship demonstrated the kind of political maturity that suggested would prove an effective ruler when his time came. The immediate reaction to the treaty throughout England was overwhelmingly positive, as people who had endured nearly 2 decades of civil war celebrated the prospect of lasting peace and political stability. Church bells rang in cities and villages throughout the kingdom, while special services of thanksgiving were held in cathedrals and parish churches to mark what many saw as divine intervention in ending the destructive conflict. International response to the English settlement was similarly favourable, with European rulers expressing relief that a conflict which had threatened the stability of Western Europe was finally being resolved through negotiation rather than continued warfare. The French court, in particular, viewed the treaty with interest and some concern, recognizing that a united England under Angevin rule would represent a formidable challenge to French territorial and political ambitions. The months following the treaty's signing were marked by the careful implementation of its various provisions, a process that required constant attention from both Stephen and Henry to ensure that their followers honoured the spirit, as well as the letter of their agreement. The surrender of unauthorized castles proved particularly complex, as local lords, who had built these fortifications during the years of weak central authority, were often reluctant to abandon the independence and security they provided. Stephen's final months as king were characterized by a dignity and effectiveness that had sometimes been absent during the more turbulent phases of his reign. With the succession question resolved and the prospect of civil war eliminated, he was able to focus on the practical business of governance and the restoration of royal authority in territories that had experienced years of disruption and conflict. Henry's role during this transition period required considerable diplomatic skill, as he needed to build relationships with nobles who had previously opposed his cause, while also maintaining the loyalty of his longtime supporters. His success in managing these complex political relationships demonstrated the leadership qualities that would serve him well during his eventual reign as Henry II. The death of Stephen on October 25th, 1154, less than a year after the treaty's signing, brought this remarkable agreement to its intended conclusion. The king who had seized the throne in 1135, through a combination of opportunism and genuine conviction, died peacefully, secure in the knowledge that his reign would be remembered not just for the civil war it had encompassed, but also for the wisdom and statesmanship he had shown in bringing that conflict to an honourable end. The news of King Stephen's death reached Henry Plantagenet at his court in Rouen on November 7th, 1154, transforming the young duke from heir apparent into England's rightful king in an instant. At 21 years of age, Henry was about to inherit not just the English throne that his mother had fought so desperately to claim, but also one of the most challenging situations any medieval monarch had ever faced: the restoration of royal authority after nearly 2 decades of civil war had weakened the foundations of centralized government. The speed of Henry's response to Stephen's death demonstrated both his political maturity and his thorough preparation for this moment. Within days of receiving the news, he had made arrangements for crossing the Channel, assembled the core of his administrative team, and begun the complex process of transforming himself from continental duke into English king. The efficiency of these preparations reflected not just personal capability, but also the institutional strength of the Angevin territories that would now serve as the foundation for a much larger empire. Henry's crossing to England was accomplished with a kind of ceremonial dignity that emphasized both the legitimacy of his succession and his respect for English traditions, unlike his mother's invasion 15 years earlier, which had been conducted under the uncertain circumstances of disputed succession. Henry's arrival was anticipated and welcomed by a kingdom that had already acknowledged his right to the throne through the Treaty of Wallingford. The coronation of Henry II took place at Westminster Abbey on December 19, 1154, in a ceremony that symbolically united the Norman traditions of English kingship with the Angevin heritage that the new king represented. Archbishop Theobald of Canterbury, who had played such a crucial role in negotiating the peace settlement that made this transition possible, performed the ancient rituals that transformed Henry from duke and count into England's anointed king. The ceremony itself was designed to emphasize both continuity with English royal traditions and the new possibilities that Henry's accession represented. The presence of nobles who had supported both Stephen and Matilda during the Civil War demonstrated the success of the reconciliation process that had made peaceful succession possible, while the participation of bishops from throughout the kingdom provided religious legitimacy for the new reign. Eleanor of Aquitaine's coronation as queen consort added another dimension of significance to these ceremonies, as her presence reminded all observers that the new English monarchy possessed continental territories and responsibilities that far exceeded those of any previous English ruler. The combination of Henry's Angevin inheritance, Eleanor's Aquitanian domains, and the English crown created a political entity that would dominate Western European politics for generations to come. The immediate challenges facing the new king were daunting in their scope and complexity. The administrative machinery of English government had been severely damaged by years of civil war. With many royal castles in private hands, judicial systems disrupted by competing authorities, and financial resources depleted by the costs of prolonged military campaigns. More fundamentally, the very concept of royal authority had been weakened by 2 decades of disputed succession and divided loyalty. Henry's approach to these challenges revealed both his inherited political instincts and his innovative thinking about the nature of medieval kingship. Rather than attempting to restore exactly the governmental system that had existed under his grandfather Henry I, he began developing new institutions and procedures that would be better adapted to the expanded territories and diverse populations that comprised his empire. The restoration of royal justice was perhaps Henry's most immediate priority, as the Civil War years had seen the development of numerous local jurisdictions that operated independently of royal authority. The new king's decision to undertake extensive judicial progresses throughout England served both practical and symbolic purposes, demonstrating royal authority while also providing accessible justice to populations that had been neglected during the years of conflict. The question of unauthorized castles built during the Civil War required particularly delicate handling, as many of these fortifications belonged to nobles whose support was essential for the new regime's stability. Henry's approach combined firm enforcement of royal prerogatives with careful attention to the legitimate security concerns of local lords, demonstrating the kind of political flexibility that would characterize his entire reign. financial reconstruction was equally crucial for establishing effective royal government, as the Civil War had disrupted normal revenue collection while creating new expenses for the crown. Henry's continental experience in managing diverse territorial revenues provided him with models for taxation and administration that could be adapted to English conditions, while also generating the resources necessary for effective governance. The international implications of Henry's accession were immediately apparent to observers throughout Europe. The creation of what historians would later call the Angevin Empire represented a fundamental shift in the balance of continental power, challenging the traditional dominance of the French monarchy, while also creating new possibilities for English involvement in European affairs. For Matilda, witnessing her son's coronation from her retirement in Normandy must have provided both profound satisfaction and poignant reflection on the long struggle that had finally achieved its intended goal. The woman, who had briefly been proclaimed Lady of the English, had lived to see her son established as undisputed King of England, vindicating not just her personal claims, but also her father's revolutionary decision to name a female heir to the English throne. The dynasty that began with Henry II's coronation would rule England for more than 3 centuries, producing some of the most memorable monarchs in English history, while also establishing many of the institutions and traditions that would shape the development of English government and law. The Plantagenet name, derived from Geoffrey's botanical emblem, would become synonymous with royal authority, military prowess, and the complex relationship between England and its continental territories. As the bells of English churches celebrated Henry II's coronation and the establishment of the Plantagenet dynasty, Matilda settled into a quieter but no less significant phase of her remarkable life. At 52 years of age, the former empress had witnessed the ultimate vindication of her lifelong struggle for dynastic legitimacy, seeing her son claim the throne that had always rightfully belonged to their family, while establishing a royal house that would endure for centuries. The years following Henry's accession to the English throne allowed Matilda to step back from the urgent demands of political warfare and assume a new role as the matriarch of a dynasty that now controlled territories stretching from Scotland to the Pyrenees. Her residence at various Norman castles, particularly in Rouen, provided her with both comfort and dignity, while also maintaining her connection to the administrative heart of her son's continental domains. Henry's frequent consultations with his mother during the early years of his reign demonstrated both his respect for her political wisdom and his recognition that her unique experience made her an invaluable advisor on matters ranging from diplomatic negotiations to administrative innovations. The woman who had once governed Italian territories as imperial regent, who had led armies during England's Civil War, and who had survived political disasters that would have destroyed lesser figures, possessed a breadth of knowledge that few medieval rulers could match. The relationship between mother and son during these years was characterized by mutual respect and genuine affection, though it was not without occasional tensions when their political judgments differed. Matilda's imperial background sometimes led her to favor more formal and ceremonial approaches to governance, while Henry's pragmatic temperament inclined him toward solutions that emphasized practical effectiveness over symbolic dignity. One area where their different perspectives became particularly apparent was in Henry's appointment of Thomas Becket as Archbishop of Canterbury in 1162. Matilda had known Becket during his service as Royal Chancellor and had serious reservations about elevating him to the highest ecclesiastical office in England. Her concerns proved prophetic when the friendship between Henry and Becket deteriorated into the bitter conflict that would dominate much of Henry's reign and ultimately end in the Archbishop's murder. During the early stages of the Becket controversy, both the king and the archbishop sought Matilda's support and intervention, recognizing her moral authority and her ability to provide perspective that transcended the immediate passions of their dispute. Her attempts at mediation, while ultimately unsuccessful in preventing tragedy, demonstrated the continued respect that both sides held for her judgment and diplomatic skills. The administrative contributions that Matilda made to her son's government were often subtle but significant, drawing upon her decades of experience in managing complex territorial arrangements and diverse populations. Her knowledge of continental legal traditions, gained during her years as Holy Roman Empress, proved particularly valuable as Henry developed the legal innovations that would become cornerstones of English jurisprudence. Matilda's religious devotions became increasingly important to her during these later years, reflecting both personal piety and the medieval tradition that associated advancing age with growing spiritual concerns. Her patronage of religious houses, particularly Cistercian monasteries, provided outlets for her charitable instincts while also ensuring that prayers would be said for her soul and the success of her dynasty. The construction projects that Matilda sponsored during her final years served both practical and symbolic purposes, creating lasting monuments to her legacy, while also providing tangible benefits to the communities they served. Her funding of the stone bridge across the Seine at Rouen, known as the Pont Mathilde, represented both her concern for commercial development and her understanding of how infrastructure improvements could enhance royal authority and popular welfare. As grandsons were born to continue the Plantagenet line, Matilda found new sources of satisfaction in her role as family matriarch and keeper of dynastic memory. Her relationships with Henry's children provided her with opportunities to share the lessons learned during her own extraordinary life, while also ensuring that future generations would understand the struggles and sacrifices that had established their royal inheritance. The respect that Matilda commanded throughout Henry's territories was evident in the formal deference shown to her by nobles, church leaders, and foreign dignitaries who recognized her unique position as both the mother of the reigning king and a former sovereign in her own right. This recognition provided her with continued influence in political matters, while also acknowledging her historical significance as England's first female claimant to royal authority. International correspondence from this period reveals the continued interest that European courts took in Matilda's opinions and activities, suggesting that her reputation for political wisdom and diplomatic skill had survived her withdrawal from active governance. Foreign rulers who sought good relations with Henry's expanding empire understood that maintaining cordial relationships with his mother could provide valuable insights into Angevin policies and priorities. The establishment of Matilda's household in Normandy during the 1150s created what was effectively a parallel court that complemented rather than competed with her son's royal administration. Her residences in Rouen and other Norman cities became centers of cultural and intellectual activity that attracted scholars, artists, and diplomats who recognized both her personal accomplishments and her position as mother to one of Europe's most powerful rulers. The daily routine of Matilda's later years combined the dignity appropriate to her imperial and royal status with the religious observances that had become increasingly important to her as she approached her 60th birthday. Her private chapel services were conducted with the same ceremonial attention to detail that had characterized her public appearances during her years of active political involvement, while her charitable activities reflected both personal generosity and careful attention to the spiritual welfare of her soul. The letters that Matilda wrote during this period, while primarily concerned with family matters and administrative details, occasionally provided glimpses of her continuing interest in broader political developments throughout Henry's empire. Her correspondence with bishops, abbots, and noble families demonstrated her ongoing concern for maintaining the networks of loyalty and mutual obligation that sustained medieval government. The educational responsibilities that Matilda assumed regarding her grandchildren were taken seriously by both herself and Henry, who recognized the importance of ensuring that future rulers would possess both the practical skills and the moral foundations necessary for effective kingship. Her instruction in languages, history, and statecraft drew upon her unique experience as one of the few people alive who had witnessed firsthand the governance of both the Holy Roman Empire and the English kingdom. The medical knowledge that Matilda had acquired during her years of travel and residence in different courts proved valuable during her later years, as she became known for her skill in treating various ailments and her generous provision of medical care to those in need. This reputation for healing abilities enhanced her already considerable moral authority, while also providing another avenue for charitable activity. As the 1160s progressed and Matilda entered her mid-60s, the accumulated effects of a lifetime spent in the demanding world of medieval politics began to take their toll on her physical health. Yet even as her strength gradually declined, her intellectual capabilities remained sharp, and her advice continued to be sought by Henry and his advisors on matters ranging from diplomatic negotiations to judicial reforms. The relationship between Matilda and Eleanor of Aquitaine during these years was complex, combining mutual respect for each other's accomplishments with occasional tensions arising from their different backgrounds and perspectives on queenly duties. Both women had ruled territories in their own right and understood the unique challenges facing female authority in medieval society, creating bonds of understanding that transcended their different personalities and political styles. Matilda's role in managing family relationships became increasingly important as Henry's empire expanded, and the demands of ruling diverse territories created strains within the royal household. Her diplomatic skills, honed during decades of political struggle, proved invaluable in mediating disputes and maintaining the unity necessary for effective dynastic governance. The cultural patronage that characterized Matilda's later years reflected both her personal interests and her understanding of how artistic and intellectual achievements could enhance royal prestige and create lasting monuments to dynastic accomplishment. Her support for chroniclers and historians ensured that accurate records of her family's achievements would be preserved for future generations, while her encouragement of poets and musicians helped establish the Angevin court as a center of cultural innovation. The twilight years of Matilda's life were marked by a series of political crises that tested both Henry II's judgment as a king and his relationship with his mother, whose decades of experience in navigating the treacherous waters of medieval politics had given her an almost prophetic ability to foresee the consequences of seemingly reasonable decisions. The most significant of these crises emerged from Henry's appointment of his close friend and chancellor, Thomas Becket, as Archbishop of Canterbury in 1162. From the moment Henry announced his intention to elevate Becket to England's highest ecclesiastical office, Matilda expressed grave concerns about the wisdom of this choice. Her reservations were based not on any personal animosity toward Becket, whom she had observed during his years as royal chancellor, but on her deep understanding of how power could transform relationships and her recognition that the responsibilities of archiepiscopal office might fundamentally alter the character of even the most trusted friend. Matilda's warnings to her son were delivered with the kind of diplomatic tact that had served her well during decades of political involvement, but their substance was clear and uncompromising. She argued that the transformation from royal servant to ecclesiastical leader would inevitably create conflicts of loyalty that could destroy the friendship between king and archbishop, while also threatening the careful balance between royal and church authority that was essential for effective governance. Henry's response to his mother's concerns reflected both his confidence in his personal relationship with Becket and his belief that appointing someone he trusted completely would strengthen royal authority over the church rather than weaken it. This disagreement between mother and son represented one of their few serious differences of opinion, but it also demonstrated the continuing independence of judgment that made Matilda such a valuable advisor, even when her counsel was unwelcome. The events that followed Becket's consecration as archbishop proved the accuracy of Matilda's warnings in ways that must have been both satisfying and deeply troubling for the woman who had hoped to be proved wrong. The transformation of the king's closest friend into his most determined opponent created exactly the kind of crisis that Matilda had foreseen, threatening not just Henry's authority over the English church, but the stability of his entire empire. As the conflict between Henry and Becket intensified during the mid-1160s, both men sought Matilda's intervention and support, recognizing her moral authority and her unique position as someone who commanded respect from both sides. Her attempts at mediation required all the diplomatic skills she had developed during her years as Holy Roman Empress and English claimant, as she sought to find common ground between positions that had become increasingly irreconcilable. The letters that Matilda wrote to both Henry and Becket during this period reveal her growing frustration with the stubbornness that both men displayed as their conflict escalated beyond rational disagreement into personal animosity. Her correspondence emphasized the damage that their dispute was causing to the church, to royal authority, and to the broader interests of the Christian community that both claimed to serve. Matilda's final attempt at personal mediation took place during one of Becket's periods of exile, when she travelled to meet with the archbishop at a monastery in northern France. The details of their conversation were not recorded by contemporary chroniclers, but the fact that she undertook such a journey despite her advancing age and declining health demonstrated her continued commitment to finding peaceful resolution of the crisis that threatened to tear apart everything Henry had accomplished. The failure of these mediation attempts must have been particularly painful for Matilda, whose entire political career had been built upon her belief in the possibility of resolving even the most bitter conflicts through patient negotiation and careful attention to the legitimate interests of all parties involved. The transformation of the Becket crisis from political disagreement into personal vendetta represented a failure of the diplomatic approaches that had served her so well throughout her life. When news reached Matilda of Becket's murder in Canterbury Cathedral on December 29, 1170, she understood immediately that this tragedy would have consequences far beyond the immediate crisis between Henry and the Church. The killing of an archbishop at his own altar violated fundamental principles of sanctuary and ecclesiastical immunity that formed the foundation of medieval Christian civilization, creating a scandal that would reverberate throughout Europe for generations. Matilda's response to the Becket murder combined genuine grief for the personal tragedy, involved with practical concern about its political implications for her son and his empire. Her advice to Henry during the immediate aftermath of the assassination emphasized the necessity of accepting responsibility for his role in creating the conditions that had made such violence possible, while also working to repair the damage done to his relationship with the Church and his reputation throughout Christian Europe. The penance that Henry eventually performed at Becket's tomb in 1174 may have owed something to his mother's counsel about the importance of demonstrating genuine contrition for his part in the archbishop's death. Matilda's understanding of how symbolic gestures could influence political perceptions, gained during her years of experience with imperial ceremony and royal pageantry, made her advice particularly valuable as Henry sought to restore his moral authority and political credibility. Yet even as she counselled her son about the practical steps necessary for recovering from the Becket crisis, Matilda must have reflected with sadness on how this tragedy vindicated the warnings she had offered years earlier. The woman, who had spent her life believing in the possibility of resolving conflicts through wisdom and diplomacy, had witnessed the ultimate failure of these approaches in the face of male pride and stubborn determination to pursue principles to their logical conclusion, regardless of practical consequences. As Matilda entered the final years of her life, the question of how history would remember her accomplishments and struggles became increasingly important, both to herself and to the chroniclers and court historians who were beginning to construct the official narratives that would shape her posthumous reputation. The complexity of her story. A woman who had briefly held royal authority but never been crowned, who had fought for nearly 2 decades for a throne she would never officially occupy, who had ultimately achieved victory through her son rather than her own direct efforts, defied easy categorization within traditional concepts of medieval rulership and female authority. The immediate historical context within which Matilda's life was being evaluated was dominated by the unprecedented success of her son's empire and the obvious prosperity and stability that Plantagenet rule had brought to England after the chaos of the Civil War years. This success inevitably influenced contemporary assessments of Matilda's own contributions, as historians struggled to determine how much credit she deserved for establishing the dynasty that had produced such remarkable results. Contemporary chroniclers were particularly challenged by the question of whether Matilda should be considered England's first Queen Regnant, given her formal recognition as Lady of the English, and her brief exercise of royal authority during 1141. While she had never been crowned in the traditional manner, her proclamation by the Winchester Council and her practical governance of much of England created precedents that would influence later discussions of female succession and royal legitimacy. The international perspective on Matilda's historical significance was somewhat different from English assessments, as continental observers had witnessed her successful governance of imperial territories and her effective leadership during military campaigns. German chroniclers, in particular, continued to refer to her as the Good Matilda and emphasized her competent administration of Italian territories during her years as Holy Roman Empress. The legal implications of Matilda's struggle for the English throne were already becoming apparent during her lifetime, as the precedents established during the Civil War influenced discussions of inheritance rights, the validity of sworn oaths, and the relationship between legitimate succession and practical political control. Scholars and legal experts throughout Henry's empire studied the events of 1135 to 1154 for insights into constitutional questions that would remain relevant for centuries. Perhaps most significantly, Matilda's example had demonstrated that female rule, while still controversial and difficult to establish, was not impossible within the framework of medieval political institutions. Her successes as imperial regent, her brief recognition as Lady of the English, and her continuing influence as Henry's advisor had proved that women could exercise supreme political authority effectively when circumstances permitted. The architectural and cultural monuments that Matilda had sponsored throughout her life served as permanent reminders of her contributions to the societies she had governed or influenced. The bridge she had funded at Rouen, the monasteries she had patronized, and the charitable institutions she had established would continue serving their communities long after her death, providing tangible evidence of her commitment to public welfare and good governance. The educational innovations that Matilda had supported, particularly her encouragement of legal studies and administrative training, had helped create the cadre of skilled professionals who staffed Henry's expanding bureaucracy. Her understanding of the importance of effective administration, gained during her years in the sophisticated governmental systems of the Holy Roman Empire, had influenced the development of institutions that would serve English government for generations. The diplomatic networks that Matilda had constructed during her decades of political activity continued to provide valuable contacts for Henry's government, as former associates and allies throughout Europe maintained their respect for her judgment and their interest in preserving good relations with her family. These relationships represented a form of political capital that could not be easily quantified, but remained enormously valuable for conducting international relations. The example that Matilda had set for other women of noble birth was perhaps her most enduring contribution to medieval society. Her demonstration that women could participate effectively in the highest levels of political activity, despite the obstacles created by social conventions and legal restrictions, provided inspiration and practical guidance for future generations of women who sought to exercise authority within their own spheres of influence. The literary and artistic traditions that were beginning to develop around Matilda's story during her lifetime would eventually transform her from historical figure into legendary heroine, with particular emphasis on dramatic episodes such as her escape from Oxford Castle. These romantic embellishments, while not always historically accurate, helped ensure that her memory would survive and continue influencing popular concepts of female courage and determination. The dynastic consequences of Matilda's struggle would extend far beyond her immediate family, as the Plantagenet monarchy she had helped establish would eventually influence the development of parliamentary government, common law, and constitutional monarchy that would distinguish English political development from continental alternatives. Her insistence on legitimate succession and lawful authority had established principles that would continue shaping English government long after the Plantagenet line itself had ended. As the decade of the 1160s progressed and Matilda approached her 65th birthday, the accumulated toll of a lifetime spent in the demanding world of medieval politics began to manifest itself in declining health and reduced energy for the administrative and family responsibilities that had occupied her final years. Yet even as her physical strength ebbed, her intellectual capabilities remained sharp, and her counsel continued to be sought by Henry and his advisors on matters of crucial importance to the stability and prosperity of the Angevin Empire. The symptoms of Matilda's final illness, while not described in detail by contemporary sources, appear to have developed gradually over several months during 1167. Medieval medical understanding was limited in its ability to diagnose or treat the kinds of conditions that commonly affected people of advanced age, but the care that she received reflected both the genuine affection of her family and the respect that she commanded throughout Henry's territories. During her final months, Matilda devoted increasing attention to spiritual matters and the arrangement of her temporal affairs in preparation for death. Her will, dictated to clerks during the summer of 1167, reflected both her continuing concern for the welfare of institutions she had supported throughout her life and her desire to ensure that her remaining possessions would benefit religious houses and charitable causes that had been important to her. The religious preparations for Matilda's death followed the elaborate protocols that medieval Christianity prescribed for ensuring the salvation of souls departing this world. Her confessions were heard by the most senior clergy available, while masses were said continuously for her spiritual welfare during the final weeks of her illness. These observances reflected not just personal piety, but also the political importance of ensuring that the mother of England's king died in a state of grace that would guarantee divine blessing for her dynasty. Henry's presence at his mother's deathbed, despite the pressing demands of governing an empire that stretched from Scotland to the Pyrenees, demonstrated both his personal devotion and his recognition of her continuing political importance. The final conversations between mother and son were not recorded by contemporary chroniclers, but they undoubtedly included both private expressions of love and practical advice about the governance of territories that she had helped him acquire and consolidate. Eleanor of Aquitaine's attendance during Matilda's final days reflected the complex but ultimately respectful relationship that had developed between the two most powerful women in Henry's empire. Despite their different backgrounds and occasional disagreements about policy and precedents, both women understood the unique challenges of exercising authority in a world dominated by male assumptions about political leadership. The death of Empress Matilda occurred on September 10, 1167, at the priory of Notre-Dame-du-Pré near Rouen, surrounded by family members, religious advisors, and the senior administrators who had served her during her years of retirement from active political involvement. Her final hours were characterized by the kind of dignity and composure that had marked her approach to the great challenges and opportunities of her remarkable life. The immediate response to news of Matilda's death throughout Henry's territories reflected both genuine grief for a respected leader and recognition of the end of a historical era that had begun with her father's revolutionary decision to name a female heir to the English throne. Church bells tolled throughout Normandy and England, while special masses were said for the repose of her soul in cathedrals and monasteries that she had patronized during her lifetime. The funeral arrangements for Matilda required careful attention to both her personal wishes and the ceremonial requirements appropriate for someone of her unique status as former Holy Roman Empress, briefly acknowledged Lady of the English, and mother of the reigning king. The decision was made to inter her remains at the Abbey of Bec-Hellouin, a prestigious religious house whose monks had been particular beneficiaries of her charitable activities. The funeral service itself was conducted with all the solemnity befitting someone who had held such elevated positions during her lifetime, while also emphasizing the religious devotion that had characterized her final years. Archbishop Rotrou of Rouen presided over the ceremony, delivering a eulogy that praised both her political accomplishments and her personal virtues, while emphasizing her role in establishing the dynasty that now ruled much of Western Europe. The epitaph that was composed for Matilda's tomb reflected the complexity of summarizing a life that had encompassed so many different roles and achievements. The inscription that was finally chosen: great by birth, greater by marriage, greatest in her offspring. Here lies Matilda, the daughter, wife, and mother of Henry, emphasized her family relationships while also acknowledging the ascending importance of each phase of her life. This epitaph, while diplomatically phrased and appropriate for its time, perhaps understated the personal achievements that had made Matilda one of the most remarkable women of the medieval period. Her governance of imperial territories, her leadership during England's Civil War, her survival of political disasters that destroyed lesser figures, and her ultimate success in establishing her dynasty represented accomplishments that transcended the traditional roles of daughter, wife, and mother. The immediate practical consequences of Matilda's death were relatively minor, given her withdrawal from active political involvement during her final years. However, the loss of her counsel and moral authority represented a significant change in the dynamics of Henry's court and government, removing a voice of experience and wisdom that had helped guide the Angevin Empire through its crucial formative years. The longer-term historical assessment of Matilda's significance would develop over subsequent centuries as scholars and chroniclers gained perspective on the full implications of her struggles and achievements. While she had failed in her immediate goal of being crowned England's first queen regnant, her persistence had established precedents and created conditions that would ultimately enable later women to exercise royal authority in their own right. And so ends the remarkable tale of Matilda, the woman who was nearly England's first ruling queen. Though she never wore the crown she fought so hard to claim, her legacy lived on through her son Henry II and the mighty Plantagenet dynasty that would rule England for over 3 centuries, in a world that wasn't ready for a woman to rule in her own right. Matilda showed extraordinary courage, intelligence, and determination. She led armies, outwitted enemies, survived impossible escapes, and ultimately achieved her greatest victory, ensuring her bloodline would inherit the throne she had been denied. Her story reminds us that sometimes our greatest triumphs come not from achieving exactly what we set out to do, but from the strength we show in the struggle itself. Matilda's crown may have been denied, but her spirit of resistance and her refusal to surrender her rights changed the course of English history forever. From her childhood marriage to the Holy Roman Emperor, through the brutal years of the Anarchy, to her legendary escape through the snow at Oxford, Matilda lived a life of remarkable adventure and unwavering purpose. She proved that determination and courage could overcome seemingly impossible odds, and that the fight for justice, even when it doesn't immediately succeed, can plant seeds that bloom in future generations. Now, dear listener, let these gentle whispers from medieval England carry you into peaceful dreams, where perhaps you'll walk through snowy castle courtyards, sit in lamplit chambers where history was quietly but decisively being made, or stand in the great halls where a brave woman fought for her rightful place in a world that wasn't quite ready for her brilliance. Sweet dreams, and thank you for joining me tonight on Sleepy Crown, where history's most fascinating tales are told in whispers, soft enough to carry you gently toward restful sleep.